Tizengdi qaq tez tegizbey turu Kömek gerek dese şükrü Adam olgasın şekugem tulu Şeniz besin yesidin bilesin Herkes kim boladı aytar Geliz körtünde bırak aytbay Gözüne şokun Kregin oyav senden mung bolsun Doğırdın kare Sünükü senin mung bolsun
Your base for business expansion. The Astana International Financial Center is a unique jurisdiction in Central Asia that offers a familiar ecosystem and preferences for global business. We endeavor to make use of the opportunities presented by our modern era. Eurasia is the beginning phase of long-term economic expansion, which opens up new opportunities for businesses, governments, and individuals on their path to wealth. Capital markets, creating a fully fledged and dynamic financial marketplace in Central Asia. Fintech, fostering innovation of new technologies in the banking, mobile, and personal finance. Green finance, encouraging and supporting sustainable investment opportunities. Islamic finance, reintroducing an alternative to traditional finance according to ethical principles. Common law, adapting the best practices of the world in Nur-Sultan, Kazakhstan. Private banking, offering a reliable ecosystem for the creation of family offices and personalized strategies. Visit our website, register your business, enjoy your privilege.
Біз қор нарығынан бастап қазір әлемдік деңгейдегі инвестициялық компанияға айналдық. Бірақ бұл бізге жеткіліксіз. Бүгін біз онлайн автосақтандыруда көшбасшымыз. Және өмірді сақтандырудың жаңа стандарттарын қойдық. Біз алғашқы болып ТМД-да цифрлық ипотеканы іске қостық. Және смартфонды бөліп төлеу арқылы сатып алудың ең жылдам тәсілін енгіздік. Біз бизнеске арналған онлайн төлемдерді ұсынамыз. Енді жаңарудың уақыты келді. Біз әлі де бұрынғыдай сенімдеміз. Бірақ әлде қайда икемдіміз. Серпінді және инновациялы. Бір бренд, мыңдаған мүмкіндіктер. FIDE-ның ортақ экожүйесіне қош келдіңіздер.
Hello and welcome to round 7 here at the FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Astana, Kazakhstan. We hope you had a lovely rest day, as did we. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni, and as always,
Ilya, Smirin.
Ilya, we are well rested today.
Excellent.
Very well rested. I believe we have a special guest in the playing hall. We'll see that in a second. But first, let's have a look at today's pairings. So we have Asabayeva playing Shuvalova, Tan against Kashlinskaya, Wagner against Lagno, Pets against Koryachkina, Zhu against Vaishali, and Abdumalik against Kostenyuk. And in the standings, still nothing so much changed. We still have the two same players in the lead, Goryachkina and Zhuzhiner, and two players behind them on 4 points, Katerina Lagno and Alina Kashlinskaya.
Since yesterday, definitely nothing has changed.
That is true. We also have two players struggling for now. Polina Shuvalova is on 1 out of 6, and Tan Zhongyi, one of the big surprises, she's on 1.5 out of 6. So hopefully they can bounce back in the second half of the tournament. Still 5 rounds to go, of course. And today I believe that the Minister of Culture is here in the building to make the ceremonial first move.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we will be able to...
Interesting, in Kazakhstan, chess belongs to culture or to sport? Or it's ministry,
I think
both culture and
yeah,
sport?
culture and sports, I believe. So let's see the timer on the wall. Oh, probably he was already gone. Or
He was already gone, because all those ministers were acting very fast.
very fast.
Very fast and very energetically.
So here we see the first E4 on the board. We had some days with E4 only. Let's see what will we get today. There we see our arbiter Margit Brocker, our press officer in the right-hand side, just ran out of the screen. Michael Rahal. By the way, you can find all of Michael's short interviews with the players on the FIDE YouTube channel. And there we see Bibisauer taking on Polina. Hopefully Polina, has been able to just put the first part of the tournament behind her.
She is not playing that bad, I would say.
Yeah.
She's playing quite decent level, but it's just, sometimes it's coincidence, sometimes bad luck, sometimes her opponents played very well. So I wouldn't say that she played like much worse than anyone else, but someone should to be outsider, let's say.
That's true.
It's
the nature of sport.
Yeah, nature of sport. So today she has, rest of the tournament she has chances to get better position in tournament tables.
So where should we start today?
Goryachkina. We saw her, so start from her leader, one of the leaders, one of the two leaders. D4, D5, C4, C6.
She's played it already a couple of times in this event.
Probably it's her main opening, favorite opening. And now, which is Elizabeth also is not doing very well, -2 or 2 out of 6. Took on D5, exchange variation, and Bishop F4. Bishop F4 is slightly sophisticated move. Bishop goes first. Kind in spirit of London system, which is very popular now. London system, I want to remind you, it's Bishop F4 immediately. Such a move was like very unusual, would be very unusual even 20 years ago, but now it's very popular. Also after D4, Knight F6, White very often played, by the way, Bishop F4. It's probably also called London. One of I am a little bit confused, but it's also in spirit of London system. Because here White usually, previously, if White wanted to develop Bishop, exclusively Bishop went almost exclusively on second move to G5. But now Bishop F4, chess players understood with help of Silicon Brain that every path is possible.
Yes.
So D4, D5, C4, C6 exchange, and Bishop F4, Knight F6. Even though this is symmetrical pawn structure, not easy to outplay Alexandra Goryachkina in such style, I would say. But not easy, it doesn't mean that it's impossible. So Knight C6, E3. No, White has obvious small advantage right now. At least chances for small advantage because extra pawn, extra tempo in symmetrical position, in symmetrical pawn structure. Okay, let's go now to Bibisara. Bibisara the same, also, D4, but Knight F6, C4, E6. Now, if Knight C3, Bishop B4 can be played Nimzo, and Shuvalova lost with Black already to Kashlinskaya, excellent game, but she played quite well, Shuvalova, I mean. But bad luck. And
was a very tough-
excellent play of Kashlinskaya, of
game.
Alina Kashlinskaya.
Yeah.
Maybe because of that, Bibisara played knight f3, not knight f3, not allowing Nimtson d5. Now it's again good old queen's gambit. Knight c3, bishop e7, bishop f4, castle.
We haven't actually seen so many in this event.
Yeah, a couple of times we saw it basically, but not much. And also because a lot of players played Slav, like today Goryachkina, c6 second move. This is very classical position since times, okay, bishop f4, because in ancient time, like 100 years ago and before that, bishop g5 was the main move. But nowadays, bishop f4 at least is popular and probably more popular. By the way, one of the reasons of that after bishop g5, castle e3, black play system, which invested not other than Immanuel Lasker, knight e4. And after complications, black very often gets very decent position. So Lasker idea is alive and even very popular today. This is what I wanted to say. So bishop e7, bishop f4, castle e3, knight bd7. No, here a lot of moves. c5 used to be main move. Karpov Krasnoy 78 match. It was played c5 by Karpov a lot of times. No, at least few times, for instance. But nowadays, again, knight bd7 at least as popular, if not the most popular, if not more popular. By the way, quite often white played here. Okay, it's a little bit different. Will not. c5. c5 is also main continuation probably here, most popular. White is trying to get huge space advantage. But black is trying to prevent it, obviously, since white is not developed yet, not fully developed yet. So knight h5, obvious move, active move, at least trying to do something with white bishop, exactly to eliminate it. Knight take f4, e take f4, and b6. No, sorry, e take f4 and b6. No, b6, it's again, very often white plays here b4, a5, or c6 first and after a5. This is modern theory. Maybe a5 immediately. White usually played a3 and here maybe c6. A lot of, in some lines with theory comes maybe 10 more moves or even maybe beyond.
And how is this evaluation? Like white has all the space on the queen side, but...
Yeah, white has space on queen side, but black has two bishops and no weaknesses basically. Yes, less space, but no weaknesses, which is important. And two bishops, it also can be useful. No, in some variations, I remember it can be very complicated, very sharp lines with pawn sacrifice here or maybe one or two moves before that. But usually white-black played exchanging everything, played bishop a6, is trying to play black and to exchange bishops. No, and black maybe slightly worse, but I'm sure with correct play, black should neutralize white some advantage, space advantage. Because, okay, that knight exchanged for bishop, it's obviously in black favor. Even though pawn f4 is not that bad, because it gives control over e5 square to white. It's, by the way, also very old idea, was played by a lot of great players of the past, and since then, but today it's automatically. Back then, it was like a little bit new trend, as we say today, but today it's kind of automatically played without much hesitation, very often. Okay, so c6 she played, yeah, as I understand here. No, yeah, take b6, b4, c6, as I said. a5 may be also possible, but I think c6, it's more, it's for some reason.
Actually, a5 is on the board now.
Yeah, after castle, yes, after castle a5. For some reasons, black played a5 after c6 very often. I don't know what is the reason, but perhaps some reason.
Okay, so this one, yeah, still a long. Well, we see Polina has been playing very, very fast.
Tanjin и Kashlinskaya Alina. Also Queen's Gambit. No, not much effort today, as I saw. Not yet. We didn't see yet
Yeah,
single
we saw
game.
at least one on the camera. But
Didn't see yet single game with e4. d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3, c5. So-called improved Tarrasch defense. Improved. Classical Tarrasch defense, as we know, after d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, and c5. This is classical Tarrasch defense. And what happened in the game with inclusion of moves, let's say knight f3 and knight f3 and knight f6, it's called improved. Why improved? No, maybe it's not better than classical, but idea is that black very often can, in such case, to simplify position. Take, take, take. Here bishop b4 check, and two couples of minor pieces are gone. Bishop b4, bishop d2. Even Robert James Fisher played it with black. And now it's quite popular. But white found new ideas, of course, as usual. But here white play after c5, e3, knight c6, and a3. Also, it was played, as I remember, in the match game Petrosyan-Fischer, 1972, probably. No, 1971 probably, in Buenos Aires, famous match. Started 2.5, 2.5. But after Fischer won 4 games in a row and match was ended. Fischer was unbelievably strong in those matches. 6-0 against Taimanov, 6-0 against Larsen, and against Iron Tigran, when we called him, nickname of Petrosyan, Iron Tigran. He started not so well, but 4 last games he won. And this was maybe second games or third games in this chain. He played 94 Fischer here, as far as I remember. Since then, a lot of water
under the bridge.
And after a3, today, d takes c4 preferred Tanjin Alina Kashlinskaya. Even though before it's considered that not so favorable immediately to give white bishop in one move to take on c4. But time are changing and evaluations probably changing as well.
With the times. Yeah.
With the times. Bishop c4, a6, castle b5, bishop a2, bishop b7. d5 probably is not yet dangerous. Okay, I would consider it, but I'm sure there is a theory here, and black is maybe okay. Maybe c4 even. Now I can see that c4, it looks quite good.
And this bishop on a2 suddenly...
To block this bishop, to close it, I mean. So white didn't play d5, white played queen a2. Typical move, now take, and rook d1. No, okay. Probably it's still theoretical position, I am almost sure. But if you ask me, I like white somehow more here. Because white going to take on d4, and d5 would be on card. I mean, would be quite a strong idea. And no knight b4 move for black, which is important. Pawn a3, bishop a2 forms kind of ideal, or almost ideal, let's say, formation. So no knight before. How black is before though? Very quickly. Yeah. So
Alina has played every move quickly. I think she's still
in her books. Yes. Yeah, as I say. Before it looks logical and maybe probably the best idea to get before square for the knight. Because again, if I take on d4 with pawn and d5, it would be very unpleasant for black. Before it's a concrete attempt to prevent white, or at least to disturb a little bit white plans.
So how can white react to b4? What are the different options?
I would say maybe knight a4, but knight a4, problems that queen a5 is possible, I would say. Knight is hanging, and okay, no, at least extra pawn right now. Maybe white can play bishop b3, hard to say, but black probably is okay. So what else after before white can offer to our viewers, to our listeners? Yeah? Knight take d4 maybe, but knight take d4, black probably would take on c3.
Okay,
Now knight c6 doesn't look dangerous at all. Knight take e6 looks interesting, but also not dangerous. Black even can sacrifice a queen, or black can play something else like queen e7. Doesn't look, maybe queen c8. Doesn't look, queen e7 though, knight g5, maybe. I don't know, doesn't look still that this is very dangerous for black. White can take on e6, for instance. I mean, black can take on e6, or take on d1. So I don't know, before looks to me a very good move, and how white should react? Okay, of course white can take on before, but it would be quite an
Playing
achievement.
into
Quite an
black's
achievement
cards, yeah.
for black. Knight on before is excellent. Rook take d4, for instance, doesn't look dangerous at all. Queen c7, or maybe something else. Maybe not queen c7, maybe queen c7 after all, maybe queen c... Oh yeah, queen c7 or queen b6 maybe. Hard to say. But it looks okay for black. Black is slightly behind in development, but no problems for all his pieces. Bishop e7, castle, very hard for white. And bishop a2 is hanging. And this bishop is probably main white asset, let's say, main hope in this position.
And we see that, yeah, Tan is now going into the tank, as we say. She is
So Tan Zhenggu,
probably clearly the first of the two players to be out of a block.
yeah, she is starting to think, and okay, not easy. It would be not easy for her here to find advantage. In this conjunction, deserves some attention, maybe simple take on d4 in this sense. Because knight take d4, it's maybe it's possible though. Maybe nothing wrong with it, because after rook d1, black, okay, compensation, maybe like this, bishop c5 check, but seems maybe maximum enough for equality, probably not enough.
Not more than that.
Not enough at all, probably. Because bishop c5, queen h5, let's say.
Yeah, the play comes very fast.
And even if I take on e6, I will not take even. But here black is obviously better. So, okay, interesting choice, opening choice for Alina Kashlinska. Queen's Gambit, Queen's Gambit accepted with transposition of moves. Now, let's see Dinara Wagner against Lagno. Dinara is started very badly, but now she is only -1 and played some very good games.
Yeah, she's also winning quite a bit of rating. I think
yesterday
she's
she
the best seed.
only won from participants
Who came to the tour.
Came to the excursion to the
Yes.
tour over the city. It was basically a very interesting tour, in my opinion. Very interesting city of Astana. Huge space, big, huge buildings. I never saw that, like, for instance, China embassy and United States embassy, such a big in the world. Big, incredibly big buildings. And one building we showed us ministry of something, don't remember of what, but what I remember that on perimeter it's 1.5 kilometer long, perimeter.
Wow,
It means that huge.
it's incredible.
Huge. And still there are a lot of space to expand the city.
To build more, yes.
To build more in future, yeah. I can only envy to Kazakhstan, again, such a huge space. And again, 100, exactly, more or less 100 times more than Israel.
It's an incredibly big country.
Yeah, almost like a whole Europe
Yes.
by territory.
Yeah.
Okay, so knight b6. What we see here? Here we see Catalan.
Let's go back to the very beginning.
Let's go back. E6, knight f3, d5, and g3. It's a Catalan, not Queen's Gambit, but it's called Catalan. Also quite popular in this tournament. Bishop b4 check. One of the many possible reactions of black. Bishop d2. White also can play knight d2 or even knight c3, but bishop d2 is the main move. Bishop e7, knight g2, bishop g2, sorry. Fianchetto bishop, main idea of Catalan. Knight bd7, castle c6, queen c2, knight e4, bishop f4, and g5. I saw such games already. g5, it's of course very double-edged.
Very ambitious approach by Katja, who's showing, I think, with this move that even if she's playing with the black pieces today, she wants the full point.
She wants full point, yeah. Basically, I always, when I start the game, even when black, I almost always want a full point, but it's not easy to achieve. This is different story. So, yeah, she's playing aggressively, increasing her chances for full point, let's say. But also, it's of course can be dangerous for her.
So what's the idea? Okay, let's say white moves.
What idea? Just to play f5, I guess. And it's kind of, again, stone wall, and black already with tempo played g5. Stone wall, it means that not easy for white to break in the center, to break through in the center with pawns. Black pawn structure is very solid. Black would make castle next. Or maybe after bishop e3, first castle, and after f5, I don't know. Sincerely speaking, both are possible. No, black just gaining some tempo. From other side, as we all know, pawn doesn't move. Go backwards. So it's of course matter of taste, but it's very sharp choice for black. It means really that she wants to get maybe slightly risky but interesting fight. But okay, anyways, having said that, it's still theory. So concrete knowledge is also would.
In general, what happens with the black king?
Castle, short castle, and king h8. Sometimes in the center, but very unlikely. Castle short and king h8. Yeah, and on h8 it would be more or less secure, more or less. I mean, because position is semi-closed, let's say. So thinking is Dinara, because white may play not bishop e3 but also bishop c1. Bishop e5, bishop e5 is just impossible, f6. So bishop c1 also possible. Not putting bishop on slightly awkward position on e3. And now white would play simple knight c3, knight e1, white wants to play knight e1, knight d3, f3, and
kick out
the knight, and after that, we will see, as we say. So bishop c1 deserves attention, definitely, but she didn't make move yet. Choice between bishop c1 and bishop e3. If you ask me, maybe I would play bishop c1. Sorry?
It can be quite unpleasant when over the board if you didn't expect a move like g5.
Yeah, quite unpleasant, but as we see in last rounds, Dinara is up to the challenges, let's say.
For sure.
It's maybe kind of challenge, but position is not so concrete, let's say.
Yeah.
Not so concrete, so white can think in terms of setting up the pieces in terms of maneuvering.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's let Dinara think, and we will move on, check in first with Pits and Goryachkina. So.
Okay, d4, again, another d4.
But we saw already
we saw it, sorry. Sorry. So we saw this already, bishop f4, knight f6, knight c3, knight c3, bishop f5, queen b3, very old line. Knight a5, queen a4 check, bishop d7, queen c2, e6, bishop d3 first, knight h5, bishop e5 now, f6, it's also theoretical line, as I know, and what now? Bishop take h7, one option, but I don't know what is it. Take on e5, queen check, king e7 only move, and queen take h5. What is it? I don't know. Looks at least sharp.
Looks very sharp.
Maybe black may play queen b6, because bishop is pinned, but at the same time,
We
black
can
king...
give a check, yeah, on g5, maybe.
Yeah. I don't know. What about bishop take h7? It's also...
That must be the reason that
Must.
Elizabeth is thinking now, eh?
Yeah. Bishop take h7 is looking very...
Tempting.
to me. Because it seems to me that black should take on e5.
Because also one thing that worries me for Alexandra is Elizabeth had blitzed every move until bishop e5. And after f6 she started thinking, and we talked about it before many times. When a player is following their preparation and they start thinking, it often means this is not a good engine move.
Probably this is idea, queen b6, I would say, immediately without taking on e5. Idea is that to give d8 square for
to the king.
to the king. Okay, of course, white can give this check, but in this case, I don't know, d8 or e7. Hard to say.
And if I just move the bishop now?
But now rook starts to play, and white should play take with f pawn. Maybe king d8 is better in this sense. So bishop h7, queen b6, bishop g6, king d8, and bishop g3, knight g3 simple. F take g3, but this is of obvious compensation. Knight c4, excellent position for black. King is safe on d8, but look at white pawns and pieces also. G6 bishop is misplaced completely. Just advantage for black. Interesting idea. She probably prepared it at home, I'm sure.
You think Alexandra prepared it?
No, I'm sure almost about it. Because, maybe I'm wrong. It's possible. Because immediately bishop g3, black should also, black can even take on h5 perhaps.
And then take on b2?
Take on g3 first, let's say, or check on g6 first and take on b2. What is it? Seems like black is winning probably here.
Okay, very interesting move by Goryachkin f6, and I think Elizabeth will be spending quite a bit of time now. Because there are a lot of lines to figure out.
F6 is concrete move. Of course, white can play bishop g3 simple. No doubt about that. But it's some achievement for black. Because with bishop, he can take this bishop in appropriate moment. Maybe rook c8 simple. Maybe take on taking on g, also possible take on g3 because, but probably not. We will not rush with that. Rook c8. No, now take bishop take h7. It's also possible, but rook c8 is one move. Black can play simple g6. Bishop g6 now doesn't.
Yeah, I think Pitts realizes if she doesn't take on h7 immediately, the moment might pass.
Yeah, but still, it's quite risky take on h7.
Yeah,
maybe she will play my feeling is that she will play bishop g3 after all.
But probably after quite some time. So
after quite some time, because it's very tempting to take on h7.
Yeah.
Again, let's see again. Take on h7 here, but black played queen b6. No, because if bishop g6, king d8, bishop take on h5, black simply take this bishop. Still position, this position is unclear, I should say. Bishop e2. And black may take, and knight c6, for instance. Looks not bad. Knight f3, take on d4. Also kind of interesting position. Yeah, king in the center, but other than that, black is just fine. Two strong bishops, active rook on h8. And I would say white has no hint of advantage here, in my opinion. Maybe white should be very careful to exchange queens, maybe queen d2, but obviously black is slightly better after that.
Okay, so let's wait and see what will Elizabeth do for
Very
now.
interesting opening.
Very, very. So far, I think the most interesting position we have on the board.
But this one we didn't see yet. And also
And
this
Drew,
game.
our-
2 games we missed.
Well, we are going in a row, so
Yeah, 2 games with e4.
yes, very good
Very good. For sake of
variety.
variety, exactly. e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, d4, take. Another Sveshnikov. We already saw such games here. Knight b5, d6, bishop g5, a6, knight a3, b5, knight d5. This is positional move. We already spoke about it. More complicated lines usually rise after bishop take f6, g take f6, because take with queen is not good, and knight d5. A lot of theory, but black doing okay lately. So take on knight d5, bishop e7. Now white can take, of course, on e7 with knight, but knight take e7. It's very well known that here is also good position for black because of this knight on a3, first of all, misplaced. And black has dynamic bishop b7 and d5 very often after that. Even though Kasparov long time ago beat Joël Lothier with white in this exact variation. 1994 Moscow Olympiad. I was witnessing this game.
Wow.
Okay, bishop take f6, bishop take f6. c3. Here a lot of moves. c3 one of main. Second main attempt at c4. More concrete, if I'm not mistaken here. Maybe I'm mistaken. c4 queen. I don't know. No, c3. It's or g3 first and after c4 maybe. Anyway, c3, rook b8, knight c2. It's very old approach. Anatoly Karpov played like that, among others. Bishop g5, g3. Oh, very often white played bishop e2 in castle, but g3 looks to me more aggressive little bit. White wants not only to develop bishop to g2, but mainly white wants to play h4 and bishop h3 to exchange this bishop and to grab some space.
And that's what we will see in the game.
We will see. We saw it already in another game. Don't remember which game. Couple of rounds ago.
No.
Bishop h6, bishop h3, bishop e6, and queen d3, queen d7. Exactly same position. I think happened in the game of Jensai Abdumalik
Against Pitt.
against Pets. So,
Let me see.
or very similar at least. Very similar. Bishop take e6, f take e6, knight d e3. Now knight g4 is unpleasant threat. That's why black take, exchanging with bishop, and rook d8. Okay, what to say about this position?
Yeah, they had very
Similar. Maybe not the same. a3, a5 it was inclusion.
yeah,
Yeah, with inclusion
but
of
very,
a3.
very similar.
Very similar, yeah. What about this position? No, if white played rook d1 castle without any concessions, white probably would have some advantage. So rook d1 is asking for. Because in case of castle, maybe black could think about d5 immediately. Even though it's not so obvious, but still it gives black some active chances. d4 maybe. Maybe queen f7. So I would say that maybe rook d1 deserves some attention here. Trying to prevent d5. I don't want to make long castle is impossible basically because f2 pawn is
It's
hanging.
hanging.
So question for white, how to play? Castle immediately or rook d1 first? If rook d1, black can play something like queen f7. Now castle. Maybe even queen f3. Such a move sometimes very
can be
unpleasant.
very annoying.
No, at least from psychological point of view. Who wants your
If
enemy?
I was white, I would probably just try and exchange queens already because
Who wants your main enemy, black
yeah.
queen, to be too close to you? So it seems like counterplay for black. Because after, let's say, knight c2, black is not obliged at all to exchange queens. Which is possible, but black can play queen h5, let's say. And doubled rook on f file maybe in future. Or d5 as well, still on the cards. So I would say that this position, which is now on the board, kind of dynamic equality, but not static, dynamic. Everything can change. Black has some weaknesses, small weaknesses, like e6, d6, but at the same time, it's quite dynamic. Gives black quite dynamic possibility over f file and also d5 sometimes. And black is slightly ahead in development, slightly.
And on the clock. Life is good for Vaishali, eh?
Vaishali.
Right now.
By the way, representatives of two most populated countries in the world,
Yes.
together almost 50% of world population, China and India, I mean. Okay. Now let's see Jansai Abdumalik against Alexander Kostyanyuk. Also e4, but e5, knight f3, knight c6. It's main opening of Alexandra. Bishop c4, bishop c5, Italian game. As we know before, it's Evans Gambit, for instance. Quite an interesting thing. And Kasparov kind of revived it, and against Anand. 1995, he beat Vishy Anand. After that, this variation became popular again, but black found antidote at the end. So now it's much less happens, much less often played, on high level at least. D3, knight
Yeah,
f6.
on amateur level, it's still very...
On a amateur level,
Very
of course.
popular.
Of course.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, Agat Matur did a lot of for the popularization of the Evans Gambit.
Who did?
Agat Matur, he has the second biggest YouTube channel in the chess world. He's, yeah, a lot of fans, so he did a lot.
Yeah, Evans, captain from Scotland probably, maybe 300 years ago or 200 invented it. Captain of ship, I guess.
Let's see. Let's find out something about Captain Evans.
Sailor. He was sailor, but captain, I guess.
William Davies Evans is from Wales, actually.
Wales, yeah. I thought Scotland,
Yeah,
but Wales,
Wales.
okay. Sorry.
And he was a seafarer and inventor. And he is buried in Ostend, Belgium. Very interesting. Yes.
Okay. D3, knight f6. Castle, castle, rook e1.
And in 1825, so...
Yeah, 200 years ago, almost
Yes,
exactly.
yes.
Almost exactly. Rook e1. It's, I know such a line, it seems very unusual. And it seems maybe risky. Knight g4 and white played rook e2. But it's not at all bad for white. So black played king h8. h3, f5. All this is happened already. No, now it's impossible to take because checkmate is near already. Black has huge attack at least. So white played bishop g5 and black returned knight f6. Taking on f5 immediately may be possible, but not good, of course. d5 immediately. Without knight on c3, it's impossible. That's why knight c3. Now d6. Now she took on f5. Black could take. Black can take probably on f5, but Alexander Kostyanyuk probably quickly played knight d4. Knight take d4, bishop take d4, g4. Otherwise, black take on f5 with no problems at all, and c6. Very interesting position. Sharp. White has extra pawn on f5, quite a strong pawn. Black, as compensation, has superiority in the center. d5 is idea to close with bishop. c4. And also, of course, white king potentially can be weak, because pawns goes forward. I mean, all pawns went forward, and only pawn f2
Is still standing.
still standing to protect Her Majesty.
So what is the idea? Black, as you said, wants to play d5,
Yeah, d5,
take the center.
take the center, and after maybe simple queen d6, and maybe later h5. Something like that.
And white?
what white should do, this is the question. Because for black, it's more or less clear what to do here. For white, it's slightly less clear, I should say. Bishop e3 maybe to exchange with huge. Bishop on d4. I don't know.
Who would you rather be white and be a pawn up? But with an open king or be black?
In this position, in blitz for sure, or in rapid, I wouldn't wanted to play black because it's easier to play black. In classical game, I would think, but probably as well I would take black. Objectively speaking, though, it's very hard to say.
Yes.
Rook on e2 is a little bit awkward here.
Let's see, Jansaya just made a move.
A4.
A4.
No, kind of logical move. But still, black obviously should play probably d5. A4 just to grab some space, not allowed b5, I mean too much activity.
Okay, d5 seems a
d5,
logical
bishop b3,
response.
and I would say queen d6 probably.
Just to unpin.
Just to unpin
First of all.
and I play a4. And sometimes such move can be.
Yeah.
For instance, after white play, let's say, no, I mean, e4, maybe not yet, idea queen g3 check.
Actually, this a5 move, could it make sense?
a5 for white, you mean?
No, I was wondering if I can bring, instead of queen d6, so after bishop b3,
a5
can it be an idea? Yeah, a5.
and queen.
My idea is that maybe after queen d6, maybe I want to at some point bring the bishop to b6 and c7.
Oh, well, possible, of course. It's possible, obviously.
But maybe it's too...
no, maybe it's a little bit too sophisticated, let's say.
or not sophisticated enough.
Maybe you
I
want
don't
too
know.
much from the position. Because
Yes.
queen d6, it looks a little bit more energetic way. After all, black has no pawn. Maybe white would play bishop h4 here and bishop g3. Try to make some coordination, some threats. Anyway, black can play even h5, but it's also double-edged. Or something else. h5 may be too risky. But maybe simple bishop d7, rook e8 also possible. And e4 is... This bishop on b3 very passive. This is problem for white. That this bishop is very passive. White should take away knight somewhere, but where? This is the question. Because b2 pawn is hanging as well. Only after that to play c3 and bishop can be reborn, yeah, let's say. But immediately, but right now, bishop on b3 makes not a good impression.
No. I think Alexandra actually, this position is a position that will suit her quite well.
Yeah, she is very active player with black.
Okay, very interesting. We've now seen all the games, so let's go back to the start where we started and catch up with Asaubayeva and
A
Shuvalova.
lot of moves has been made. I guess it's still theory or very close to it. Bishop a6, as I
We
said.
see that Polina hasn't spent any time yet at all.
Yeah, this is main idea for black. Black is not afraid of taking, of such operation like b5. In some cases it's possible, but it's a little bit different. A little bit different position. Black simple can play knight b8 and with pawn maybe lost, or even queen c7 maybe is possible here. Also possibility. Hard to say. No, at least white didn't go for this line. It's probably nothing good for white. Here, after white played rook e1, logical move. Bishop f6, take on a6 now, queen d3, attacking the rook, queen a8. This is typical move in this line. Now, question is what white would do with a file. Black obviously want to take on b4.
Do we have to move the rook from a1? Or?
It's possible, but is it obliged? Because b5 still controls by black, in my opinion. C take b5, knight take b5, and probably Knight c7, though, it's maybe unpleasant threat right now. Maybe simple queen c6. Not being afraid of, here, queen c6. Not being afraid of anything, yeah? Knight d6, simple rook a8. I mean, knight d6 is not a threat because black can take on c5, simple, and rook is protected. So maybe it's still okay for black, this line. I saw such a game. White usually, in my opinion, in this position, give up the file. Or rook b1 or rook c1. Rook c1 looks logical. And white is trying still to squeeze something out of this position because it's still some space advantage for white.
And at this point, I feel like for Polina, it would be just important to not lose today.
No, of course.
Just to stop
the theory.
Yeah, because she has
to stop the theory of loss.
She lost four in a row, which is it's a lot of.
I was told by someone, probably Alexander Grishuk, that when you lost 3 in a row, you should make a draw, otherwise you will lose another 3. Or 3 or 6, but I hope it will not happen.
One time in the French league, I lost 7 in a row.
7.
This was my record. It's a painful memory.
Sure. Chess is not a piece of cake sometimes.
No. And it's really, this feeling when you keep losing, at some point you just feel like you don't know how to, like the psychological effect that comes with it is very tough to get over,
Sure, I know. Believe me, I know. I was not always only commentator. I also am still playing sometimes. Yes. not quite often. Basically, I'm still playing. I should say. So okay, queen d3, queen a8, and this is, I guess, still theoretical position.
Okay.
Let's see Tan Zhengdi Kashlinskaya. She took on b4, rook take d4. As we said, it's hard to offer something else. Now question: queen goes to c7 or to b6. Both moves looks logical. It's matter of taste, like not this. Sorry, maybe queen c7, maybe queen b6 looks a little bit more natural, yes. Let's say. Somehow, I don't know why, but somehow it seems to me a little bit more precise. Even though additional option is knight a4 here for white, but maybe it's just nothing. Maybe it's just nothing, queen, but
yeah, maybe.
But it should be considered such a move.
I was agreeing with you, but now that we've seen knight a4, I'm like, maybe I want
queen
to
c7,
put queen c7 after.
Maybe queen c7. It's hard to say exactly. Maybe queen c7. Alina Kashlinskaya thinking maybe first time in the game. And I am sure she considered those.
None of our moves. Queen a5 is on the board.
Queen a5?
Yeah.
She is playing with fire.
But she must have. I know, she's been thinking for such. I thought.
Queen a5, it's a very ambitious move. But still, this X-ray.
Yeah.
It's a little bit unpleasant, can be. e4 maybe it's just great. Maybe he understood that concretely she is just fine. But it's risky.
Yeah. It can be risky, it can be a very good move.
No, but not so clear to me what black is gaining here. Knight take a2, okay, but
can the queen
bishop
go
cannot
to
go.
h5
Bishop cannot go anywhere. Maybe that's his idea. That next move he would take on a2 or soon, because bishop cannot move right now. Still, it looks to me because bishop take e6 probably not working. Queen take a1. But such idea shouldn't be ignored completely. Okay, here probably it's not working because, for instance, black can simply play knight d5 and maybe winning for black simple.
But what happens after knight takes?
No, I don't know what happened, sincerely speaking. Maybe rook c8. No, rook c8, knight c7 check, sorry. Also possibility. By
It's
the way.
very scary now for black.
No, but if it's really very scary, black can play like this. And it's now less scary. Probably some advantage for black. Because potentially, no, right now, two rooks and bishop. For queen and 2 pawns. And no real attack here for white. Okay, chances to escape,
Yes.
but not more. No, it's not. It's one of line. I guess it's not correct yet. But still, rook queen a5. It's very very unusual choice. Let's say by
She
Alina.
spent a lot of time actually before this move, so surely.
Maybe she didn't like nor queen b6, neither queen c7.
I mean, who knows? It's because we haven't spent as much time as her. You know,
Yeah.
could be that queen a5 is
maybe
strong.
it's interesting.
Because it's hard to just judge by feeling, right?
Oh, you say.
Okay, let's move on from here, but very, very interesting. I mean, you know, the players came back clearly well rested and ready to fight again, because we already have some
Interesting.
very interesting battles.
Queen a5 is very interesting move, really. It's hard to evaluate. Maybe it's just great move, who knows. Like she made move bishop c1 with white. Okay, it's not such a beautiful move, but maybe also strong move.
I think our production team is giving us a clue. Let's move to Dinara Wagner and Katerina Lagno. Apologies.
Oy, oy, oy.
Wow. Okay, let's go back a few
Bishop
moves.
c1 she played, which, as I said, would be also probably my choice. But she played h5, Lagno. h5 is maybe too much. I don't know.
Yeah, when I was asking you where is the king going, I guess it's not going to h8 any longer.
I would think about f5 maybe here. But she decided h5.
Okay, she maybe didn't decide. She maybe prepared this because, as
Maybe.
we can see, she still has
Now
an hour
F5.
30 on the clock.
Attack, despite black king stuck in the center, black is attacking.
Really going all out here.
All in. All in. I don't think it's very strong, sincerely speaking, because white didn't do anything wrong to punish them by fierce mating attack just immediately. But maybe it's not that bad as well. Sometimes I played in such style with black, not in this position, but in similar position. I remember g5, h5 with my king on a8, and I won. I was inspired by Korchnoi game against Serper, I remember. Korchnoi played it. It's obviously, objectively, it was dubious, but from practical reasons, it was quite a good choice. Korchnoi beat Serper, and I beat also Mises, Latvian grandmaster.
So let's see, after f5, Dinara took on e4.
Yeah, this is interesting how to play with white. No, taking on e4 is most simple, of course. Take, and knight e5. It's simplest continuation.
And I think it makes sense to keep things simple when your opponent is throwing everything at you and she's playing so fast. I think going for a simple continuation makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. No doubt about that. Black obviously main move take on e5. Take. And what about this position? I don't see any attack for black, sincerely speaking. But what I see is that it's not easy for black to hide his king. Her king, sorry.
Can she castle queenside, maybe?
No, also kingside she can castle still, like this. It's possible, but it's f3 and then cards, so bishop e3 first, rook d1. White can, if white would have d file in her disposal. And what now h5 is just completely useless move in this case. So I don't know. I don't like, sincerely speaking, this h5 move. g5 it's maybe yes, but h5 in my opinion is too much. But we will see. We will see. Elizabeth Petz, okay, against Goryachkina. Oh, bishop g3. I told she probably.
Didn't take, yeah.
She
I was
will play.
actually As if you've been watching us this week, you know that we don't use engines. I actually got too curious and I looked this one up after f6, and taking on h7 was actually
Just bad.
not bad, but
Very dangerous.
Not good.
No, very dangerous. Yeah, it's obvious. We found this queen b6 move, I think.
Queen b6, exactly.
Yeah, very, very strong move, queen b6, and it's just...
Yeah, it could very well be that it was
No.
a little trap from Goryachkina.
Yeah. Bishop g3, in this case, correct. g6, knight ge2, rook c8. Not afraid of bishop g6, all this stuff, because king will go to e7, and lonely queen will not harm, will not make a harm. Bishop h4. Now, at least, white bishop is still alive. I mean. Of course, black can play g5, but it's a little bit risky, but possible. g5. Get it back, yeah?
Back to g3.
Yeah, to g3. But of course, it's maybe not very desirable, at least for black to play g5. So interesting position, also interesting position. Black can play b5 with idea b4. Also possibility. But in this case, bishop takes g6 in some cases can be a threat, because bishop h4 already helping
To attack, yeah.
to attack. And for instance, let's see b5, bishop take g6, maybe. Not sure, of course, but it's one of the options. And let's say knight f4 here. I want to take on h5. No, okay, maybe black can play bishop e8 and everything just under control, probably. Still, it's everything. No, okay, here black is fine. Maybe black is winning, or big advantage. But such ideas is possible with bishop on h4, for sure. Okay, interesting position.
Yeah. Very double-edged.
g5 is possible, but bishop g3 back probably. By the way, even knight g3 is possible. Knight g3, knight g7 though.
And then the bishop gets
And then
trapped.
bishop.
Maybe.
Okay. So now Alexander is thinking.
So we move on to Zhuzhiner against Vaishali.
Oh, liquidation. So after this position, rook d1 has been played. We predicted it, queen f7 castle. Here I thought that queen f3 may be interesting. But she decided immediately d5. Take, knight d5, knight d4. Interesting liquidation. No, and seems to be like equal position. Because black is getting pawn back. Okay, not exactly, because queen a3 is possible. But is it good for white? I'm not sure. Black can take. First of all, rook a8. And a2 is hanging, but maybe this move is just even stronger. And obviously black is not worse, at least. Not worse, maybe even better. This pawn can be quite...
Feels very risky to go for this pawn on
No,
a6.
okay, it's quite risky for white, yeah.
So let's go back. Is there any way for
Abdul Malik. Oh, this is interesting, very interesting position. d5 black played, bishop b3, queen d6, as we predicted. King g2, and g6 played. Kostyanyuk. I don't know, maybe good move. Maybe too straightforward. Maybe good still. Because white is still, look at white pieces. Knight c3, bishop b3, rook e2, lacking something.
Activation and coordination.
Coordination. Coordination is very important in chess. And here, okay, g6, in this sense, g6 completely correct, because white is not coordinated yet, so it makes all the sense to open up position and to use activity of black pieces as soon as possible, before white established good coordination. Knight on c3 is really terrible. Bishop on b3, not much better. And rook e2 is a little bit awkwardly placed. If not rook e2, white could think about knight e2, of course. Okay, b2 pawn is not so important anymore, but what is important to bring pieces into life. But rook on e2 is definitely very bad square occupies for white. I would say excellent position for black.
Yeah, I like g6 because it's
G6,
asking some immediate
G6
questions.
correct, because you don't need to spend the time to waste the time here. Immediately attack before white establish coordination. Let's say rook e1, knight e2. White can play. In this case, white would be even winning in some positions. G6 is absolutely correct, I should say, and unpleasant.
Yeah, I would not want to be in Jansaya's shoes right now.
Yeah, me too. Too small for me.
Also, maybe in heels is not your specialty.
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, very tricky position. Jansaya is currently up 10 minutes on the clock, but I think this time gap will equalize very soon. Not easy even to suggest a move for her.
Yeah, I should say very dangerous position. Very dangerous for her. Jansaya, let's remind, before we break, she won important game against Polina Shuvalova. But here she is very dubious. She having very dubious position right now. Okay.
So back to Bibisara.
Back to Bibisara. B5 has been played after all. B5, C take B5, probably.
After a long thing, Bibisara is spending a lot of time today.
To this. Still, I think it should be theory. Or very close to it. I'm not sure that B5 is such a great idea, but maybe. Sometimes white even can sacrifice a pawn
That's
like
exactly
C6.
what she just did.
Yeah, and take knight on B5. With rook on A8 makes bad impression. Still, okay, this is interesting. This is interesting. She did it, yeah? She played C6.
C6 she played, yeah.
This was idea. Otherwise, she just would lose this pawn without compensation. Now, she is losing it with compensation. And interesting position. Rook A6, it's very, for a moment, very bad placed. For a moment. But extra pawn. Still, it's interesting if black can solve her problem.
We have this position on the board right now.
Queen C4 maybe. Looks very logical because rook C1 is the main idea of white. Rook C1
And then it's...
and very hard to find square. Maybe impossible to find the square. So Queen C4, quite an obvious attempt. White can take, for instance, and Rook C1. Black would play maybe A4, Rook take C4, and Rook A5. And it's kind of equal material. What about position? Position is maybe also about equal. I don't know. No, not so easy to evaluate, but doesn't look like bad for black. A3 pawn, by the way, can be
weak.
Can be attacked sometimes after bishop e7.
Okay, very interesting decision by Bibisara. And Polina is now thinking after knight b5. What options are there instead of queen c4?
Queen c4, what do you mean? Here. I don't know. I don't see moves. Because rook a8 is just bad. Rook c1, only move queen b7.
But there's already
another rook on c1. Because if rook e c1, knight c5 is still, and this rook is hanging. But another rook on c1. I mean here, rook a8, rook a c1, and that's it. Queen b7, rook c7.
Finito.
Finito, exactly. Absolument. And what? So queen c4 is asking for. again.
Okay, let's come back here. We'll see if Paulina, she will take some time, but yeah, queen c4 looks like maybe it even has to be played.
It seems logical to me. Logical to me.
Let's move on to Tan Zhongyi against Kashlinskaya.
Oh, knight d2.
So we left after this intriguing queen a5 move.
Queen a5, really intriguing move. Knight d2 is also a little bit intriguing. Because knight c4 she wants, but what about with g2 pawn? Black can... I don't know, somehow I don't like this move. Just intuitively. I don't like it.
Queen a5.
I mean, knight d2.
Ah, knight d2.
Queen a5, it's interesting. It's interesting move. I don't know. Hard to say, good or bad. But knight d2, maybe it's not bad.
For starters, what if I swing my queen around to g5?
Or take on a2 for, I don't know. Yeah, queen g5 immediately. By the way, what about knight c2? Knight c2 is impossible.
Oh, what's knight c2? The humble fork.
Humble.
What is her plan after knight c2?
Move. It's interesting move, by the way. Knight d2 is some disharmony.
Somewhat?
Disharmonic. I mean, how to say?
Yeah.
Lack of harmony.
Yeah. But what is knight c2? Okay, there must be something.
Maybe she can just missed it.
Maybe rook a4 or what?
Ah, rook a4, but queen g5? No.
And f4 or what?
Oh, knight f3. Knight f3 is possible though. So don't underestimate the tactical abilities of Chinese players.
Yeah.
Here at least I don't know what is it. Knight on c2 is...
But here what will you do if I take on f3?
Queen take f3, a8 is hanging. This is a problem for black. a8 is hanging and white is winning almost here. So maybe it's knight c2 is just bad because of, as you correctly mentioned, rook a4. I didn't see immediately this move. Maybe not bad, but rook b1 next move and knight on c2 is what is doing. Okay, maybe knight c2 is its idea, like tempting idea, but maybe not so great. But black is not obliged, of course, to play knight c2. It just was, maybe it's a trap. She's setting a trap.
Could be.
Could be everything. Provoking. Because again, I know from my own experience, never underestimate tactical abilities of Chinese players.
I mean, is there, even after knight c2, is there also knight...
No, knight b3 I take on d4. Or knight c4 I take on d4.
Yes,
Intermediate move. Intermediate move.
Of course.
I don't think there is a lot of compensation for exchange after I take d4. So, knight d2 has been played and black has a choice. Immediately queen g5 is also, by the way, possibility. Immediately queen g5. Checkmate is a threat. But maybe in this case knight e4. And knight e2 is interesting move. Basically, I wouldn't play this move probably, but maybe it's not bad at all.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It's very hard to understand.
No, she wants to play knight c4 and somehow... I don't know what she... Knight c4 is also doesn't look like queen c7, not terribly dangerous for black. Bishop c5 after that, with tempo.
It's a confusing position.
No, bishop c5 she prevents, because knight b3 and knight takes c5. So, knight d2 is purely tactical, ideas. But it should be okay for black, but she should make a move. Maybe rook c8, simple, maybe, I don't know, even simple bishop e7.
Which color would you play in? I'm curious in this position.
I would play black, probably. Why not bishop e7, simple move, let's say, without anything too smart? Bishop
Sorry?
e7. Bishop e7 without being too smart, I mean. Why? Why? I mean,
A humble developing move.
yeah, just develop, as we say. Maybe this is idea. Bishop take e6, queen take a1, knight b3 can be, but I don't think black can sacrifice a queen again.
So what's
Just
now?
a second, maybe idea. Maybe idea, you know, after bishop e7, like this, bishop c4, and now knight b3. Oh,
And the queen
this
is
looks really,
trapped.
you know.
Wow, maybe
This look-
bishop knight d2 could actually be a very, very tricky move. Eh?
Tricky, yeah. Again, as I said, tactical move. It feels so.
Yeah.
So after knight d2, maybe just to take on b3. I mean, on a2. Let's see. Maybe simple take on a2. Rook take a2, let's say. No, and queen somewhere. b6 or here c7 probably is okay. No, because rook c4 now b6. And no knight c4 with tempo. Still this position I like for black. Slightly behind in development though. But it's hard for white to you. But two bishops in open position. But knight d2, idea bishop c4 and knight b3. Wow, excellent idea, I should say.
Very, very sneaky trap.
Knight d2, it's interesting. Again, if black play bishop e7, natural move. Bishop c4 can, of course, black is not obliged.
And Alina has just captured on a2 actually.
You see? Alina saw this. Alina also not bad in tactics as well. In my opinion, in tactics, woman plays sometimes very strongly. Tacticians.
So knight takes, rook takes is on the board, and now where will the queen?
No, c7 or c5 is also. No, c5 is slightly artificial. It looks, but possible. Obviously. But queen c7, I would say, most obvious move.
Okay, let's come back here in a while. Let's move to Dinara Wagner and Katerina Lagno.
Yeah, this is the position that we have.
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened. Katerina thinking. And I don't know. I'm not so optimistic about her. Not so bad yet. Queen c7, yeah, obvious move, but it's.
You didn't like this pawn advance.
I can play, for instance, simple f3, one option. Even though maybe it's not that simple, but deserves attention. Simple f3. Just to open up. e5, I don't need this pawn. I need to open up position. Again, black king is stuck in the center for a moment. No, it's one option, f3. But not only one, of course. White can play also something like bishop d2. Or even bishop e3. Queen take e5, let's say. And rook d1. F or A, I don't know. It's always hard question. Maybe A. Also compensation for white, obviously.
Threatening bishop d4.
Oh, and black is behind. And if queens go, white can play, I don't know, a lot of moves. F3 also. Bishop d4. Queen c3, simple move. Okay, e5 still not so clear, not so clear position, complicated. So maybe f3 right away it's a good choice. Because e take f3, white take with pawn. Queen take e5, white played f4 immediately, and it looks really dangerous for black.
Can I give a check?
With bishop or with queen?
I was thinking with queen.
King h1, obviously. h4 maybe now going for.
All in, yeah?
All in now. But rook d1, simple. No, possible. Maybe it's not that bad at all. Looks suspicious, but maybe tactically justified. Possible. It's possible.
Yeah.
Okay, Queen C7. What white should play? F3 is one moment. No, F4 I don't like to play. It's such a move to close my bishop on G2. Bishop E3 second option. Bishop D2. Maybe simple bishop D2, but it's slightly passive, looks to me. Because bishop D7, long castle, and black is okay. F3 seems to me most principal continuation. E take F3, E take F3. Queen take E5 and F4. Queen D4, check, king H1. H4, rook D1. Queen somewhere. I don't know, G7 maybe. Also not clear.
Yeah.
Not clear at all, this position. Interesting. All in, but
I think it's what she wanted anyway, you know. By playing this opening, she wants to win, clearly. And she's gotten a mess.
because she's chasing leaders.
She's chasing,
She's
yeah.
chasing leaders.
Speaking of the leaders, let's check in with Alexandra Goroviachkina.
Yeah, I didn't see quite a lot of time. What happened here? After bishop H4, okay, F6, bishop G3, G6, knight E2, rook C8, bishop H4. She played bishop E7, G4. Interesting and, I, in my opinion, correct. Knight G7, bishop G3, and she didn't play B5 immediately for some reason, because she can play here B5, obviously. White cannot take. But she preferred to play A6. No, okay, this position is complicated, of course. But white improved a little bit her chances, in my opinion, because bishop is alive on G3,
Yeah.
which is important.
What can black? Can we play some knight C4? I don't know. What is this knight doing on A5?
Standing.
Standing. Oh, well, anyway, first it's white to move.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you another question.
Yeah.
The white king, will it just castle king side? Or
White, yeah, probably yes. But in some cases, H4 white can play. In some cases, white can outright to play H4. Maybe right now.
Oh, she
even.
just played it.
Oh, right now she played it. So, okay. She's very aggressive, by the way. I put attention, Elizabeth Petz. Maybe not so strictly player. I mean, some inaccuracies, but aggressive set of mind is obvious.
Yeah.
H4, it's logical move. H5 and so on. B5 or knight C4 black should play. B5 maybe. Probably still time for this. H5 though it's possible. And after B4, white choose between H take G6 and H6. H6 basically winning the knight. But this knight also will die.
Quite unusual, yeah.
This knight on C3 will also die.
It's doomed.
So, I don't know. Still, it looks very promising for white. H4 correct. But in this conjunction, in this moment, I don't understand this move A6, sincerely speaking. Why not B5 immediately? Now H4, B4, it's different story. Why not immediately she played B5? It's a kind of puzzle for me. Knight take B5, impossible. Bishop take B5, impossible. What is point to play A6 if you can play immediately B5? This is strange.
I'm not sure.
A little bit strange for me. Because now A6, H4, B5, H5 already is coming. Or at least white can play A3 first. A6 can be loss of tempo in very sharp position, basically. Well, sorry about that.
Okay, we need another rest day, yeah? What did she play now? Bishop B5. Because
this was
she
idea.
doesn't want to play
it's
B5. She wants
bishop
bishop
B5.
B5.
No, okay. Is it such a great idea? I don't sure. White can take queen D3, but most probably H5. h5, bishop take d3, queen take. And what's now? It's h6 is the main threat, is h6. Maybe just take on h5. And knight f5 is coming. This looks good for black. You take, I played knight f5 and good position. Black king feels maybe okay. Still it's knight f4 white can play. Knight take g3. Maybe, knight e6 probably not. Maybe possible. Knight g7 check. Doesn't look very convincing. Okay, so bishop b5, this is the idea. Very correct idea, of course. But is it that strong? Let's see. Maybe simple take. B4 threat, so queen d3, b4. What's about this position? Maybe okay for black. Hard, complicated. Bishop b5. Okay, this was the idea. Bishop b5. That's why maybe. h4, bishop b5.
Okay, let's come back here later. Let's check in with Zhu.
Knight f4. This is very interesting position. Knight f4 deserves attention. Simple. If black take on d3, white can think queen take or knight take. Knight on g7 is still a little bit out of, not out of play, but a little bit uncomfortable, a little bit restricted, let's say. Position is complicated, but maybe white has some initiative.
Very messy.
Very messy. Yeah. Bishop b5, though, it's a good move.
Actually, we just had a result in Zhu against Vaishali. I was just going to say, let's see other players.
Let's see.
Still there? No, they are gone.
We already predicted it that it's going to be.
Yeah.
She played queen b3 here.
Another great result for Vaishali to hold the co-leader to an easy draw with black.
Easy. Yeah, keyword is easy. Didn't spend much energy, so...
Yeah, so Vaishali is now, let me see... Vaishali moves to 3.5 out of 7, so 50%, and Zhu 5 out of 7. So Goryachkina today with a win, she could, for the first time, she could take the sole lead, but also it's the opportunity maybe for Lagno and Kashlinskaya to catch up. We will see, but for now, let's go to Janzaya against Kostenyuk. Let's go back.
She played after g6. She thought a lot, as we saw. Queen e1, g take f5 and f3. But this is, of course, just doesn't look great. Black has
won her pawn back for starters.
Position of dreams. Black has. Rook g8, simple. Is possible. Rook g8, why not? Sacrifice on maybe queen h4. Queen h4 she wants to play. Even here, I should say, take on g5 and play bishop d7. Next, second rook on g8 looks extremely dangerous for white. Extremely, because again, knight c3, bishop b3.
They are very, very far removed from the action.
Distant watchers, yeah. This looks just very huge, not compensation, huge attack for black. Because sacrifice on g4.
We already liked her position down a pawn.
Sacrifice on g4 is in there. It's one moment. Black can play even something different, but rook g8 to me looks very... What white want? White want to play knight d1 and c3. I don't see any other plan for white. Knight d1 and c3. To get rid of this bishop. And e5 but it's eternity in such position. I mean, position is very open, white king is under attack. Queen h4 another idea, but it's not dangerous. So rook g8, I still think it's a good move. Rook g8 and sacrifice. I don't know if white can hold it, I'm not sure at all. Maybe
looks very, very scary.
Maybe not. not holdable position. Because black wants rook g8 and also knight h5.
Yeah.
Also sacrifice on g4 and checkmate. I mean, if queen h6, then simple rook g8 anyway. And g5 doesn't, no, g5 without threats, but it's just rook g6. Lone white king cannot get any damage here.
Yeah. No, this
White
looks-
queen, sorry.
And also the bishop on d4 is doing such a great job.
Bishop
you know.
is much stronger than any of white rooks.
Yeah.
Right now, at least. Much stronger.
Yeah, Kostanjuk, I mean, this, as you just said, is a dream out of the opening. She's also up 15 minutes on the clock, and for her, it's also a great opportunity to come back. She's on 3 points. So with a win today, you know, she would suddenly be only 1 point behind Zhuzhiner. I suggest, Ilya, that we take a quick break before we accept it.
Accepted, yeah.
So we're going to take a very short break, and then we'll be back in 10 minutes with the 5 remaining games. So if you just join now, Zhuzhiner against Vaishali ended in a draw, but the 5 remaining games are very, very exciting. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Tizengdi qaq kez tegizbey turu Көмек керек десе шүкру Адам болғасын жетуге ұмтылу Жеңіс бітпес есебін білесің Әркесің болады айтар Келіс көртіңді бірақ айтпай Көзіңе шыққу Крегің ояу сенің мұң ол болсын Тұғырдың бәрі сенікі сенің мұң ол болсын
your base for business expansion. The Astana International Financial Center is a unique jurisdiction in Central Asia that offers a familiar ecosystem and preferences for global business. We endeavor to make use of the opportunities presented by our modern era. Eurasia is the beginning phase of long-term economic expansion, which opens up new opportunities for businesses, governments, and individuals on their path to wealth. Capital markets, creating a fully fledged and dynamic financial marketplace in Central Asia. Fintech, fostering innovation of new technologies in the banking, mobile, and personal finance. Green finance, encouraging and supporting sustainable investment opportunities. Islamic finance, reintroducing an alternative to traditional finance according to ethical principles. Common law, adapting the best practices of the world in Nur-Sultan, Kazakhstan. Private banking, offering a reliable ecosystem for the creation of family offices and personalized strategies. Visit our website, register your business, enjoy your privilege.
Біз қор нарығынан бастап қазір әлемдік деңгейдегі инвестициялық компанияға айналдық. Бірақ бұл бізге жеткіліксіз. Бүгін біз онлайн автосақтандыруда көшбасшымыз. Және өмірді сақтандырудың жаңа стандарттарын қойдық. Біз алғашқы болып ТМД-да цифрлық ипотеканы іске қостық. Және смартфонды бөліп төлеу арқылы сатып алудың ең жылдам тәсілін енгіздік. Біз бизнеске арналған онлайн төлемдерді ұсынамыз. Енді жаңарудың уақыты келді. Біз әлі де бұрынғыдай сенімдеміз. Бірақ әлде қайда икемдіміз. Серпінді және инновациялы. Бір бренд, мыңдаған мүмкіндіктер. FIDE-ның ортақ экожүйесіне қош келдіңіздер.
Hello and welcome back to our round 7 coverage of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. And Ilya, for the people who just joined us maybe now since the break, one game has already ended in a draw. That's the game between Zhuzhiner and Vaishali. But the game that we have on the board, we'll bring up the board in a second. It looks like Alexandra Kostenyuk is maybe getting very close to just being winning here.
Maybe.
So let's go back a few moves.
Okay, we saw it basically. We saw it, f3. I prefer rook g8, but she immediately decided to sacrifice. Basically all those kinds of sacrifice hanging in the air. Now I'm just a little bit curious what would be if white played simple queen h4. Because in my opinion, accept this, it's tantamount basically to losing a game, suicide basically. Because king, I don't think king can survive such assault.
Yeah.
So, queen h4, last chance to get
just been played by
queen h4, yeah, only move in my opinion, yeah, only move. Last chance to get something. Of course, black can play simple knight f6 here. And after, let's say, rook h1, this is idea. At least, no, but black can or rook g8 first, or immediately bishop f5. It looks like black is easily defending from checkmate on h7. Right now, extra pawn with black.
Pawn
with
and
black,
the attack.
And the attack.
Yeah.
So, evaluation is quite obvious. It's basically opening catastrophe for Jansai Abdumalik happens here.
Yeah. Well, let's go back and try to understand where things went wrong for her.
I don't like this move, rook e2. I mean, I know it's existent. It's maybe not. I analyzed it myself. But somehow, it looks king h8. I don't know. Why did h3 she played? f5, correct? Seems to me that black is just very easy play. Bishop g5, knight f6, knight c3, d6. I don't know. Kind of ideal position almost for black. And knight d4. Maybe she underestimated this move, knight d4. Maybe still something should be played. I would say maybe bishop e6. It's not advantage for white, of course, but maybe it's equal position. Bishop take e6, f take e6. And if black wants to, by the way, knight d5 is a threat in some cases. Black can, of course, take and play, let's say, queen e8 or queen e7. No, but it's maybe about round equal still, this position. Maybe in this, maybe she should play something like that. Because what happened in the game?
It somehow, went bad very fast.
What happened in the game? G4. Obvious move, but risky move. C6. Now a4 probably just a bad move as well. Maybe white should do something. Maybe rook d2, rook e1, and knight e2 as soon as possible. Maybe. Something, because no time for such a luxury as a4 in my opinion already. Because a4, immediately d5, queen d6, okay, king g2. Because queen g2 is very asking for, but after g6, it's obvious that white has very bad position.
Yeah.
Very dangerous. No, and here, simple, again, knight f6 is possible. Rook g8 is also, I mean, simple knight f6 without any beautiful lines.
Beautiful lines are maybe not needed.
Not needed right now, maybe. Knight f6, look again at this bishop on b3. Completely out of play. Rook g8 is still coming, or bishop f5. And rook h1, rook g8 is possible, good decision, but also bishop f5 simple is also possible.
Just making sure there is no mate on h7, and as you said, rook g8 next.
Just hopeless. Oh, rook f7, rook g8. Just hopeless, sincerely speaking, for white. That's it.
Okay, let's move on from here. Let's go back to Bibisara against Polina.
Oh, This is interesting position. Queen takes c6, knight b5, and rook c8 has been played by Polina. Maybe interesting decision, but little bit risky. I would still prefer queen c4 maybe, myself. Okay, a4, rook a8. Now, though, rook at least. And what about this position? Knight e5. No, obvious compensation for white, good compensation. She decided not to take, but she decided to play queen 8. Obviously,
so what's the idea after knight d6?
Idea is probably bishop e7.
d7. Mm-hmm.
It's maybe only move, but not bad.
So
Still,
what happens?
Still knight takes e8. Oh, sorry, knight takes e8, it's impossible.
Yeah. So
Queen is hanging.
knight takes e8.
Knight takes e8, or bishop a3. And, okay. Extra pawns remaining. Still compensation. Still compensation. No, here is obvious compensation for white. Question is if she has something more. Maybe f5. No, f5 it's possible, but maybe slightly risky. But possible f5. Such a move. Opening up positions a little bit. And also idea to include queen somewhere. f3. Extra pawn, but black is very passive right now. So at least enough compensation for a pawn. No, okay.
So moving on to Tanjani against Kaczynskaya.
We thought that she would play queen c7, but she played queen g5. It's kind of, I don't know, e4, queen g5, checkmate is a threatening, e4, bishop e7. Queen g5, it's okay, but problem for white is that bishop on c1 is not protected. This is the problem. Both rooks went to unusual maneuvers, let's say, and bishop remains without protection.
Well, but now she played knight b3.
But knight b3, queen e5,
makes sense.
g3 also makes sense. No, white is trying to
Kick back the black
to
pieces.
play bishop f4. Or to play rook f. Okay, rook is hanging right now. Position is interesting. If castle would be made, black would be better, of course. But right now, I don't know. Still, I don't know about this queen g5. It was such a good idea.
Okay, what will happen if black castles?
Bishop f4. Only move queen h5.
Yes.
Only move. No, and simple take. And maybe bishop d6, some advantage for white. Because knight on h5. And also pawn a6 after knight c5 can be...
So we see that Alina actually dropped back the queen to c7.
It was my idea as well. I wanted to say queen c7 deserves attention. And maybe white should play here something like knight a5. Eliminating this bishop with approximately equal position. Deserves attention at least. Because bishop f4 seems not working because of this. Knight d5. No, okay, it's just shouldn't be very good for white. Bless you. So after queen c7, she played good move, but white can play like knight a5, chasing with bishop. Position is maybe about equal, or maybe slight initiative for white. Rook on a2, it's not greatly placed.
Yeah, this rook, do you think it should go back to a1? Or?
I don't know, knight a5, if black play castle, though, maybe some problems for black still. Like rook c4, queen d7, and let's say b3, and rook d2. With bishop on b7, suddenly under some unpleasant pressure. And it can be some problems for black here, I guess. So I don't like very much those. I don't like basically this queen g5 maneuver. It seems to me a little bit artificial. Why queen g5? Why not queen c7 simple immediately? Because she gave white tempo to play knight b3, we saw with tempo. Knight can go to a5. Okay, knight a5 is basically a good idea, good move for white, I guess, here. In this position, after queen c7, which we have on board, I would say knight a5 looks very natural, first of all, and also looks good. And some problems for black. Black, after all, behind in development. No, she's playing rook c4 immediately. Also not bad decision. Because knight a5 can be played, or bishop f4 maybe she wants to. Also rook c4 looks logical, let's say. Queen b6 and now knight a5, because knight is hanging. Now knight a5, yeah? And still some advantage for white. I mean, unpleasant position suddenly. Bishop e3, suddenly all white pieces coming into the play. And good position for white. Black has to solve problems, concrete problems. Like bishop e3 is a threat. Bishop b7 is hanging. So misplaced, Alina, I should say, Alina misplaced position. Because in my opinion, she had good position. Now some problems.
Yeah.
Asubayeva, okay, Wagner Lagno. This is very interesting. She played queen c3 in this position. After queen c7.
Yeah, we left after queen c7.
Queen c3, it's also a logical move.
We had also discussed f3.
And bishop d7 she played. Also logical move. Oh, sorry, c5 she played. Bishop, maybe it's better than bishop d7. Bishop d7, white, now I started to think white would play before bishop e3, and some pressure maybe against black king. Or bishop e3, bishop c5, another idea. To exchange bishops, and even though white bishop is also not active, but black bishop on d7 is maybe even worse. So, after queen c7, queen c3, she played c5 to prevent all this. a3, absolutely correct. Why want to open up position with b4? a5, defending about that, against that, sorry. But now, it's more dangerous for black, obviously, to make long castle. Position should be better for white. At least, okay, complicated, of course. What about f3 now?
Yeah, I like f3 just to try and open up the king side.
No, black probably would take, and white take with what? Maybe with bishop, maybe with pawn, maybe with bishop, h4, e4, or with pawn to play f4. But with pawn, black can play h4 herself. Still very messy. Still very messy. And so maybe after f3, maybe white should take, maybe with rook. Maybe this is best with rook.
Oh.
But it's complicated.
Yeah.
It's kind of complicated, I should say. Bishop d7, bishop c6 also.
I like bishop d7 here.
Yeah, so maybe, hard to say, maybe not f3 after all. This is an interesting moment. Maybe simple bishop e3 and rook d1. What do you think, colleague?
Also interesting. What I think is, Dinara needs to once again, I think the last few games were better, but when we remember her early games, when she was struggling with time issues.
For instance, my idea is if bishop d7 to play rook d1, and after castle to play like sacrifice, rook d6. Quite promising sacrifice, I should say.
Okay, so let's see if I take twice.
You take twice, and I have choice. No, probably I take once here. g5 is hanging, c5 is hanging. No obvious compensation, I don't know.
Actually, you know what? Let me go back one move. I will not take twice. I will take only once.
No, but you should take second time.
Why?
No, what should you do? To leave
Queen
me with...
b6? Is it so bad? I don't know.
No, it doesn't look good. Before, for instance.
I know, before is...
Or queen, no, simple queen e5 is also not bad, and bishop takes c5.
Yeah.
White has a grip on the position. Bishop takes g5 also. No, you should take, of course. On d6. And now queen take a5 maybe, or bishop... No, I mean, huge compensation. But it's not forced line. First of all, after rook d6, you're
Maybe
not obliged.
I don't have to take
You don't oblige.
even once.
Yeah, because bishop... No, my idea is that bishop cannot move, because e6 pawn is... Black, of course, can continue her own play, h4. I would play, in this case, rook d1. And before, by the way, is coming. Before is coming, or maybe not rook d1, maybe immediately before even. And it seems to me quite promising for white. Because black king would feel uneasy very soon.
I like this idea. I just think Dinara has to start playing a bit faster because very dangerous to leave yourself with little time.
yeah.
But both of them,
Still a lot of time, almost 40 minutes.
yeah, but also still 24 moves to make.
Maybe she will need those 24. Maybe she will win in 15 moves. Who knows? Yeah? Or
That's
draw.
the optimistic
or
approach.
Draw, Or draw in 15 moves. But 40 minutes is a huge... I remember then, okay, we were playing without increment those times. And it was considered that time trouble only if you have less than 10 minutes and only if you have less than 1 minute per move. Without increment, I want to say. So like 15 minutes on 20 moves, it didn't consider it like serious, serious at least time trouble.
Well, also, I mean, I didn't say she's in time trouble. I just said I think she has to start making some moves, but it's easier, you know, easier to sit here.
It's not time trouble. It's considered to be Zeitnot, yeah?
Yes.
Zeitnot. Time trouble is...
I think they used more or less synonymously.
the same, but time trouble is like some time trouble. Zeitnot, it's quite severe time trouble, in my opinion, yeah?
Okay, let's move on from here. Let's go back to Elizabeth Pitts and Alexandra Goryachkina.
Oh, wow. By the way, this is what I thought. Take on b5 and play a3 to fix this pawn. In intermission, I just a little bit thought about that. King f7, this is a good idea. Just to fix and maybe to play queen d3, or like she played knight f4, knight c4. Now what? Now h5 is possible. Quite a logical move. Still black can take, but white can take in this case already with knight. Not allowed black knight to go. Of course, black can play b4. Serious counterplay. If take, knight take b2 is a threat.
Can we?
Yes, we can.
Rook c. Well, but
maybe rook a7.
Oh, rook a7.
But queen b6 though. I don't know. Maybe simple king f1, you know. And what? Knight take b2, doesn't looks very promising. Maybe it is, but queen take b7 check.
Yeah, rook c7.
And no, rook c7 bishop. You forget about this bishop, which stays alive.
Every day I always forget about some piece somewhere.
No, this bishop stays alive. Probably you just were like black was very close to exchange it in the opening, but it's still alive. So h5 is asking for. Otherwise, no, white is continue her play, h5. And if h take g6, black obviously cannot with check, cannot allow it. So g take h5, knight take h5, b4, let's say, a take b4, bishop take b4, and good move in my opinion, king f1 immediately. Looks quite safe, but for black is problems on king side. White wants to return knight f4 or take on g7 or something else maybe. Knight on g7 looks like a promising position for white, I should
very
say.
messy. I mean, with both kings sort of.
Yeah,
a
but
bit
king on
over.
f1 is
Probably
quite
safer than the king on
safe
f7.
because rook on h1, active piece, and rook h8, passive piece. I mean, defending piece right now. Here, white has, in my opinion, good chances in this position.
And let's go back to Abdulmalik against Kostenyuk, where things were looking really, really bad for Janzaya.
Kostenyuk, not a step behind, not a step, back. She played queen g6. Is it really necessary? I'm not sure. Why she played this move? I don't know if I take. At least some complications. I don't know.
There must be some idea.
No, some idea, yes.
Must be some idea.
But is it good idea? Not sure. But okay, after simple knight f6, it's big advantage, winning. Now it's maybe still winning. I don't know. Maybe we don't see something.
Yeah, I mean, it's a piece sacrifice, yeah. So
yeah, but why?
Be...
Why? Rook g8. Okay, this is obviously maybe idea.
But
rook h1.
Bishop f6, no?
Yeah, exactly. Bishop f6 winning immediately. So rook h1 also not bad. Queen g6 has been played. What we don't see?
There must be something we don't see.
Must be something with it we don't see. Rook f4 maybe. Is it possible?
Rook f4.
But it's too much probably. Bishop take f4, bishop take g4, and queen g5. Let's say.
Okay, let's put it on the board.
No, it's one. I mean, it's too much anyway. White can play a lot of moves here. Bishop take e5. No, it cannot be true. Cannot be just truth. So I am puzzled. Why to play after queen h4, not knight f6, simple move, but queen g6?
I still think that we're missing something somehow.
Probably. No, let's see. F take g4. From diagonal, checkmate would be nice, but how to? Maybe bishop. Maybe we missed this. Take and rook f5. Probably this one. Sorry about that. Yeah, this looks really strong. Still, I'm not sure that everything is over already.
But how do you want to defend?
Good question. This is okay.
This is more than okay, yeah?
I mean, this is what we missed from first sight. Let's see. Simply bishop take g4. No, okay, very good idea. Not necessary though, but maybe nice. Queen take
Okay, I mean, if it's just crushing, then why not? Yeah?
Queen take g4, rook f5. Yeah, if crushing, why not? Exactly.
And
By the way, nice line, because white has two pieces up,
yeah.
but
One is falling and the king.
But with those two pieces, knight c3, bishop b3, it doesn't.
And also, I'm reading in our chat, so as always, the chat is 15 minutes behind. So, but I see that just now someone wrote in the chat, she found queen g6, which to me seems to indicate that queen g6 was probably the best move.
Probably. No, after queen h4, queen g6. Here you mean.
Yeah.
Probably the best, yeah. Knight f6 also good, I'm sure. But queen g6 may be winning right away. Possible. Bishop take g4 and rook f5. No, yes.
This game could just be over, yeah?
Yeah, could be. For sure.
Okay, so we'll come back here, but it looks like Kostenyuk is already quite close to getting a big win with the black pieces. And
in this case, she would be on +2 score or +1?
She would be on +1.
+1. Right now she has 50%, yeah? No, okay, she is at least would would considerably improved her situation.
Okay, let's go back to Bibisara and Polina.
So Queen f3 played Polina. Immediately e5 deserves attention. I mean, Bibisara. Queen f3 also good, and now f5. We already saw some such idea. Yeah, bishop b4. Now what? Rook e3, rook e2. Rook e2, not a bad choice.
Yeah.
Simple, very strong knight on e5. But maybe it's not little yet.
Not
Knight d7. Black still can play. Okay, no pawn. I mean extra pawn. Strong compensation for white. But position is not that bad.
And now what?
Maybe knight d3. Let's be flexible.
I guess maybe we bring the bishop all the way back to f8.
No, in
Or
this case,
e7 maybe.
in this case, I will take and play knight f4, and probably you will just unable to hold e6 pawn.
And d5. Yeah.
No, okay, you can play something like that. Rook take e6 or knight take e6. Even knight take e6 looks promising. Rook take e6 also possible. g5, not clear though. Maybe black is fine. No, at least black should play. Black correctly played bishop b4, in my opinion. Now white should think a little bit. To take on e6 or not?
Again, she's another player that doesn't have so much time on the clock to think.
Who?
Bibisara.
Bibisara, yeah, 22 minutes only. Oh yes.
She was about to make a move. There it is. Rook e2 is on the board.
No, rook e2 obvious move, let's say. No, she has good compensation, no doubt about that. If it's more than enough, we'll see. If she wins, yeah.
Let's see. Okay, for now, let's move on to here. But yeah, very good compensation for Bibisara. What about Tan Zhongyi and Alina Kashlinskaya?
Knight a5, queen b6. Okay. She played rook c4, queen b6, knight a5. In this move order. So it's... Okay, let's see what happened in the game. Rook c4, queen d7 she played, not queen d6. Queen b6, knight a5 is very dangerous.
Yes.
Bishop f4, rook c8. Rook d4, queen c6. Knight a5, queen b6, and now rook c4. So kind of dancing around. But bishop e3 is a threat. It means that the castle is probably impossible because of bishop e3. And rook, I mean, bishop is gone. White is winning simply.
Wow.
So it's quite unpleasant.
There's some danger, yeah, for sure.
Quite a danger already. Because if she take on c4, white take probably with queen simple. And again, if castle, then bishop e3. What black can do?
Nothing again.
Nothing.
And yeah, I mean, if we cannot get castled, so let's go back to current position after rook c4.
No, it looks very big problems for black. With bishop, it was like source of, I mean, best piece on the bishop is potentially very. Now it's closed by pawn e4, and it's source of
I really
problems.
like actually the way that Tan Zhongyi handled this somehow.
No, Tan Zhongyi very resourceful, very tactically resourceful chess player in this game at least, at least in this game.
I mean, okay, she hasn't had a great tournament here, but she's of course fantastically strong.
She's dangerous, yeah.
Okay, let's go back to this Dinara Wagner against Lagno. We were wondering.
A3, A5, and Dinara is still wondering. By the way, what to do? Bishop e3 is good move in Rook d1. In my opinion, it's a nice idea to sacrifice exchange on d6.
I wonder if the clock times... No, I think they're probably correct. Yeah.
Maybe. No, but we see that she is still thinking for white. She is still thinking. Bishop e3, good move. I'm sure about this.
Maybe we can zoom one more time. I don't know. It's possible. But maybe the clock times are just correct. I thought that Dinara had even less time, but maybe I confused.
36 minutes, so it's
Only
a
move
lot
16 in this
of,
game.
okay,
Yeah.
but a lot of times left.
Yeah.
For 36 minutes, it's possible to play 2 games from initial position. I mean, without being too fast.
Okay, 2 rapid games, yeah.
2 rapid games, yeah, exactly. 2 rapid games. So, Piotr,
Pets against Goryachkina.
oh, I don't like this move, castle she made. I don't
Why do you not like it?
I don't know. A3, king f7, knight f4, knight c4. Because I liked this move. This is the reason. Maybe
You
she
wanted
did.
to work on the H file.
Yeah. Rook on h file is. And, okay, some problems for black. Maybe even not so easy to solve. But after castle, much less problems. What is problem now for black?
Maybe still the king, but what, she will play rook e8 and bring the king back to g8?
Yeah,
maybe?
king is fine.
Okay.
h5 is not such a strong threat anymore because black always take on h5.
Okay, then maybe
I think
no more problems.
I think, in my opinion, this castle was not a good move. I would criticize a little bit. If white not play e4, then maybe e4 idea. Trying to maybe e4 this is the idea. In this case, at least it's. But right now black to move. Right now black to move. Black may play rook e8, for instance, or
Just prepare for the question.
some other moves. Looks already not bad. For
But what is the I'm struggling to find a plan for black.
plan,
No plan, yeah, just moves.
make a move. This is the plan. I mean, white king is also vulnerable. I don't know, queen d7, for instance. Good move. g4, what about pawn g4? I want to play e5 maybe in some cases, and g4 would be hanging. I mean, seems to me that black is just fine here.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back because I to Janzaya and Kosteniuk, because I think
This is a position on the board. I didn't see for a couple of minutes, or for the minute at least, move bishop g4, but it's quite obvious move. And yeah, Alexandra probably made this the quickest way.
I wouldn't be surprised if Janzaya even resigns here.
Everything is possible.
I mean, what do you want to play?
Yeah, it's tough flaws because white king is completely naked here.
Yeah. And still, I mean, this bishop on b3 and knight on c3 that you've been talking about,
Yeah.
they just simply did not take part. Yeah, this is a tough. We haven't seen so many. We haven't seen so many quick losses in this tournament. In general, the games lasted quite long.
Yeah.
We haven't seen, so many because this is what move 21. Like there were no miniatures before this one, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, no, okay. This is about hopeless position probably for Janzaya Abdulmalik. Now, what about with Rook e2 and Polina Shuvalova thinks? She has a lot of time left, 1 hour left. So she can think, she can use this time. Okay. Position is unclear. Obviously compensation, good compensation for white. But how good? I mean, obviously white is not worse, but is she better? No, okay, it's too early to say. Yet it's practical, still not forced position, probably.
Somehow right now it feels like the quiet before the storm. Right now we have a lot of thinking everywhere.
Lot of thinking here.
What about
Knight g4 played Alina Kashlinskaya, maybe only move, trying to. But what about check now? Yeah, Queen a4 check.
So what? She's putting pressure on f2.
King f8. She's putting pressure, but white can protect on f2 after, let's say, b4 or b3. I don't know. Both moves looks to me very promising. b4, bishop take, and queen d7. Maybe knight f6 is defending everything. Still, it's very. Still, it's very, very dangerous. Even here, simple or rook c2, knight take e4. Somehow black is holding, but not for long, maybe.
Yeah, this rook on h8.
Because knight d6, and I have extra piece after all.
Yeah.
And probably winning. 2 pounds, not enough.
Yeah, with the rook not playing on h8.
So queen a4 check, king f8, and b4 is my prediction. Before, just to protect pawn on f2, with rook on h2. This is the idea of move. And black has a lot of problems. Maybe g5 and king g7, maybe this only idea. And could be, by the way, that is still not so easy.
What did Tan Zhongyi? I think she played queen a4, yeah?
No, queen a4 is obvious move. Not allowed like castle. So queen a4, king f8. Now b3 or b4, this is the question. Or maybe queen c2 simple. No, queen c2 doesn't look white. Black even has this move maybe. Some complications. Because queen take f2, bishop c5. So king f8, maybe b4 I would say. b4, protecting pawn f2. But for black, in this case, I would recommend to play g5. And maybe it's not that simple after all. Because king g7
and finally
possible.
The rook can come into the game, eh?
Yeah. It's maybe only move g5, but maybe not bad. Maybe white can simple take on b7 and after g take f4 take on a6. Maybe it's possible. But black can think even about queen take b4. Why not? Because queen a8 is not a threat anymore.
No, the
King g7.
Some luft.
So let's see after king f8 what she would do. By the way, knight g4 only move, but good move by Alina. We didn't see it immediately, this move.
Yeah, we can see two players very focused here. It's intense. Today it feels like in almost all the games we left theory quite early and the battle started so soon.
Now I think maybe paradoxical move like knight d1 is interesting. What is the idea? I don't know myself, but maybe knight e3 to play. Or bishop e3, let's say, and knight take e3. Because king g7 seems to me that queen d7, double threat.
Double attacking.
Double attack.
Bishops.
And maybe white is very well.
Yeah.
White is doing very well at least.
Looks like white is picking up a piece, eh?
Probably, yeah. So knight d1, it's interesting.
It's quite rare actually to see this possibility to have the two knights against the two bishops.
Yeah, bishop on b7 is still. By the way, threat is very simple. If not queen d7 or queen d7 first of all, but also knight take b7 simple, and queen take a6 extra pawn and winning chances.
Yeah.
Knight d1 is maybe best move. Now I started to think in position, because again, if white played here, b4 or b3, then g5. And maybe
Yeah, g5 feels like an important resource.
very, very important. And black is alive. No bishop e3 now. This is crucial. That no bishop e3, knight take e3 simple. That's why knight d1, I would suggest. Okay, we will see. Interesting how game would continue.
Yeah, let's move on to Dinara Wagner and Katerina Lagno.
Bishop d2 she played. Bishop d2 idea, again, not allowed castle immediate because a5.
So let's just show. So we stopped after a5.
After a5. I suggested bishop e3, rook d1, and rook d6. In my opinion, very tempting and interesting possibility. She played bishop d2, little bit more modest. Bishop d7. Okay, castle maybe not possible right now because.
But very soon, the severe.
Yeah, but what white would?
The severe time pressure is coming. Huh?
But what white would do here? This is the question. Maybe it's okay for black now. Bishop will go to c6. After that, maybe b6 and long castle. Or even okay, bishop c6, b6, and long castle. Sometimes king f7 also not bad in such positions, and rook g8. Because it's closed after bishop c6, I mean. Everything is closed, and black can open files on king's side.
I'm very curious to see what will Dinara's next move be.
Katerina only 50 minutes. I mean, still has 50 minutes, I wanted to say. But Dinara, only 11 minutes suddenly. I don't know how it's possible. Just not far.
But I think earlier it was wrong for a second. I think.
Because 36 minutes was showing like 10 minutes ago.
That's when I remember I said, maybe, I don't know if we can see the clock closer to get confirmation of how much time Dinara...
Is it possible to see Dinara's clock up close and personal?
Up close. Because to me...
It was such a movie, up close and personal, simple.
To me it almost looks like she already has single digits, but...
Yeah? But even here she has double digit on our... No, okay. Okay. She is in some time trouble, let's say, already.
Yeah, and not obvious.
Bishop d2 I don't like. If you ask me, I don't like this move, bishop d2. Bishop e3, rook d1, rook d6 would be much more interesting.
Yeah. Because now the problem is the rooks, and here I was correct actually. It's already single digits.
Single digits.
And now it's what you were saying, Zeitnot. Now it's the
Zeitnot for sure.
Because also our viewers, they cannot see the move number. It's only move 17, so she's...
Maybe she's thinking something about before.
I was wondering that.
Bishop before and sacrifice. Sacrifice. Rook take, bishop c8, and bishop take. But it's okay. It's maximum to make a draw somehow, but objectively black should be better. Queen takes c4.
I think with this time situation, she will already be happy to make a draw.
Probably she will, but okay, but it's not draw. It's white is suffering here. White is suffering here. Queen takes c4 because another pawn and okay, queen is a queen.
That's true. Okay, well, we'll come back here because Dinara is ticking down dangerously on the clock. For now, let's move to Elizabeth Pitts and Goryachkina.
f5 she played immediately. I also thought about this move, f5. And now h5. No, okay, too late. The train already gone, maybe. Because now it's without rook on h1, it doesn't look dangerous at all for black. After f5, I thought white should play maybe b3 and knight d3 as soon as possible. But b3, knight a3 maybe hanging.
Maybe we can just...
Or maybe immediately knight d3. I thought, take b3, something like this, check. No, at least something not clear.
Least, yeah.
Not clear. Because check is very unpleasant.
Yeah.
King goes
very
somewhere.
Useful tool.
And queen d3. No 2 pawns left, but okay, this is real mess on the board. And white has at least something, at least not a bad compensation at all.
Let's see. After h5, Alexandra has just played bishop d6.
Now she is obviously...
And we have a resignation
Better
in the
chances.
game. Let's quickly see how the game ended. But Abdulmalik just resigned her game against Kostanjuk. We saw up until bishop takes g4.
She played rook f1 because, again, if someone didn't follow yet our annotation, our commentary, rook f5 would finish the game immediately. So she played rook f1, bishop e2, knight e2, bishop e3, queen g3, and resigned. White without exchange and without 2 pawns as well.
Yeah.
So very nice.
It was our first kind of miniature almost.
Almost miniature, yeah.
Close to miniature.
Very nice win for Alexandra Kostyniuk, but sincerely speaking, not the best game for sure for Jansaia. She can do much better, of course, than that.
Of course, yes. Okay, so let's go back once again to Pets against Goryachkina, where we came from.
Bishop d6, now obvious advantage for black, I would say. White has been completely outplayed here. If we men used to say among us. but okay, maybe queen e2, maybe still it's possible to put a fight. Queen e2, maybe only move to protect g4 somehow. No, and hold all this construction, in general. Black is fine anyway, no doubt about that, but maybe it's still not so obvious.
And
h6 she played. No, another idea. This was h5, she wanted to play h6. No, okay, what about knight a8 and knight f6? Maybe knight a8, okay.
Is any sacrifice possible?
No. Possible, but
not working.
But not recommended.
Okay, what if I take on... No, I take it back.
I would say Goryachkina has 33 minutes and Elizabeth 27 minutes. So more or less equal. But now black is obviously has advantage. White piece has completely lost any ideas, in my opinion. White having not very hard to find any reasonable idea here. Knight f6 next move. And what? Big queen g5 is also possible. White king, look at white king, much worse than black king.
Yeah. Okay, let's leave
Castle,
them for now. But
castle,
you
short
think
castle,
it's all
it
the
was
problems started?
serious mistake, in my opinion.
Let's go back again to Bibisara against Polina.
Rook e2, queen e7. She exchanged and g3. Good move, making a luft. Simple and so extra pawn, but white is obviously has pressure.
Is it a good idea for black to try and exchange queens? Can I play queen
Good
f6?
idea, but if white will not exchange, probably. I think queen f6 good move, by the way. And maybe black is just not worse here. Maybe, not necessarily that black is worse. Extra pawn, after all, is extra pawn. Full compensation, knight b5, like ideal position, blockading both black pawns, cannot be driven away, chased away, and everything is protected. Also protects pawn d4. I mean, it's hard to demand more from one knight, yeah?
Sure.
But black is still quite solid. Queen f6, I like this move. And I guess maybe it should be played even.
So if you want to keep the queens on as white, where would you move the queen?
G4 or d3? G2 is too deep, in my opinion. Or h1. Sometimes queen h1, such moves, very efficient, but not in this position. Not here. Okay, let's see.
Then Zhongyi against Kashlinskaya.
Yeah, knight d1 has been played, I see. Yeah? Bravo. Basically, I was sure that she would play
Only
it.
yeah.
I was sure because, again, in tactics, in small tactics, let's say, Chinese girls and boys as well, very strong.
And what do you think? How much better do you think? White is a little bit or seriously?
No, I mean, serious problems for black. Maybe black can solve somehow, but you see, king and bishop on b7. Queen d7 is a threat.
Is a threat, yeah. How do we deal with this threat, actually?
No, maybe g5 still. Okay, bishop e3. Now, this is the difference. Knight take e3, knight take. No, and somehow here to try. Maybe bishop c5. Maybe like this.
Can I go knight g?
You can go knight c4, you can go a lot of moves. This knight to c4.
If after knight c4, okay, what happens if black?
Knight take b7 also.
Yeah,
Knight take b7, bishop take e3 though. And still knight take b7, let's say bishop take e3, queen check. Oh, seems to be close to winning because queen take e3 and g5 pawn, yeah? Seems to winning simply, to be winning. Not an easy position for black. Knight d1, very good move.
Yeah, some big problems to solve, it looks like, for Alina. And then in this let's see, Dinara Wagner against Katerina Lagno. She finally...
No, rook d1, she played, obvious move. Making use that b6 is not, I mean, long castle is not good yet. Queen take a5. Black can play two moves, b6 or bishop c6. I don't see how white will continue. What she wants to do. Maybe because of b6, white can think, at least think about before. And again, in case of take. No, now it's impossible. No, possible to sacrifice, why not? Now it's much better compensation than in previous case. Because rook on d1 already. Not bishop b4, of course, I mean first rook take a check. Bishop c8 and bishop take b4. Still black is okay, but at least rook on d1, it's in white favor, obviously. She played rook d1, so bishop c6 seems to me like very natural and good continuation. Again, black is not obliged to play long castle. King f7 is also quite safe.
What will happen if I play queen c1?
Queen c1.
Will you just go rook
No,
g8?
happened probably rook g8. And again, queen on c1 is not very dangerous.
Can I go b4 now?
Yeah, you can go before now. Maybe you should play like this. For sure, you can go. And maybe you should go. But isn't, for instance, castle, b take a5, what about this position? Black starts her play. f4. No, okay, it's not so clear because queen c2, but e3 looks a little bit dangerous for white.
I agree. And
Also-
the black king looks quite
Also
safe.
h4 is also deserves attention. Yeah, white has extra pawn, but looks of all this. By the way, e5 pawn is also hanging in these variations.
Yeah, I think it will be tough for Dinara, especially. I think this position is already tough to play anyway, but to play it with 5 minutes on the clock is...
It's even tougher.
Yeah.
So she has been outplayed, let's say. Yeah? Again, this is, I think, a crucial moment maybe. Let's return to this. Up till here, everything was logical, in my opinion. More or less, it's possible to look for improvement. But bishop e3 was asking for this idea: bishop d7, rook d1, probably another rook. Long castle and rook d6. And in case
I like this idea a lot.
in case of take, white should think. By the way, bishop take g5, bishop f4 also. Rook is attacking, also not bad.
Yeah, so rook e8 maybe.
This bishop, I should say, this bishop is stronger than rooks here. Or, but also not bad, simply take here.
So many tempting options here.
I mean, at least good, huge compensation, I should say. And it was correct. Rook d1, rook d6, bishop e3. Because what she played, she may get just worse position.
Let's go back to Elizabeth Pates and Goryachkina.
Queen e2 she played, Elizabeth, or Lizzie.
Queen e2, and now what?
No, knight f6. I can even sacrifice maybe this pawn. Let's say knight f6 if maybe knight b5 without exchanging. This is an idea. It's possible. Because if I take, then b3. And knight d6 is coming. And okay, it's maybe complicated.
We have to make sure we don't get mated here, but
Sure.
it's like the bishop on f4 is doing
Bishop
a
on
great
the 4
job.
at least prevents some threats. And it at least looks not clear. So, okay, queen e2, finally correct move she played. Is it too late? I don't know. Well, black can play something, maybe immediately g5. But now knight d3, okay. And again, pawn e3 is protected by queen in case of bishop takes g3. So queen e2 is correct. Maybe position is not so bad after all for white, let's say, that I said. Black can play, of course, simple queen d7. Very simple. Queen d7, idea that if b3, I would take on e3. But now white want to play knight d3. Oh, this is already quite a different story. Now e5 square. Not queen d7 I don't like. So you see, after queen e2, black should think, black should seriously think what to do.
So what, should we have a move?
Knight f6 she played. Now, knight take b5 I'm waiting for. Maybe simple bishop b8. Oh, maybe this is correct. But it's not that clear. b3 simple. No, it's not. It doesn't look like very bad for black. So knight f6. What about knight take b5? Without exchanging on f5, of course, because rook g8 would be very dangerous. Knight b5. Seems that black feels that black should be fine anyway, but position may be complicated. Maybe knight e4 simple.
There are no simple moves in this position, yeah?
Yeah. No, I mean simple. It means without taking anything. What I mean, not to take, but made.
I think simply, probably.
Yeah, probably yes. Simply. Okay. Accept.
Knight e4. I mean, knight e4. I agree with you. It does look quite natural, yeah?
But white can exchange simply exchange with knight take d6, and to play, let's say, bishop h2, and extra pawn. Position is not clear, but
Okay, can I go some
No.
queen h4 just Try and bring all the pieces.
Yeah, and f3, this is my idea, to get away with knight. After that, knight d3 maybe. And looks quite good for white.
What if I take on g4?
Oh, f-file.
Ah, no, yeah.
Don't
I
forget
wanted to-
f-file. F-file.
Okay, go back. Because I wanted to get in knight g3.
Oh, sorry.
I wanted to somehow... So back one move from here after f3?
No, you can play knight g3 immediately, but
then
queen
you have
f2.
queen g2, yeah.
Queen f2. Queen f2, just pin and winning.
Yeah, okay. Never mind.
So interesting. She took on b5, by the way. While we were speaking, she took on b5, and now crucial moment. Because maybe all my assessment was not quite correct. I mean, not accurate. Not.
It's a difficult position to assess.
Yeah.
I mean, also here, time is going to be, it's not, severe time trouble yet, but under 20 minutes to play, it's a difficult position to play.
Difficult, exactly.
What do you expect Alexandra to play?
Place your bets, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what she will play. It's suddenly, it seems to me that white is suddenly okay. But position is very complicated.
Yeah. Okay, let's leave it to her to think about it. We will go back to Bibisara and Polina.
No, h4 she played. I mean, queen f6 was good move, queen e3. Obviously, white doesn't want to exchange queens. Queen f5, h4. No, again, grabbing some space. Maybe sometimes g4 she wants to play. Sometimes.
I would love to...
Some problems for black, let's say, here.
I would love to get my second rook into the game somehow. That rook on a8 is not doing anything. What if I play...
Rook e8, you mean?
Yeah, can I play
But rook e8, knight c7.
Sorry?
Rook e8, knight c7.
No, I didn't mean that. I just mean I want to
Rook c2?
Yeah, somehow find a way to activate the rook from a8.
Yeah, rook c2 looks logical move. Because if g4, then rook take e2 intermediate move. Rook c2, maybe she should play something like that. I wouldn't be surprised. But it also can be very dangerous. Let's see. Queen take, rook c1, queen take a4, let's say. Yeah? Maybe queen g2. Because queen take a4, it really seems to me very dangerous. Queen f3, queen b5, check, and rook a7. And what can you do here? Rook c7, sorry. What can you do here? Nothing, probably. Probably nothing. So queen f3, maybe you can play...
Wait, can I play knight... Sorry, if we go back, can I play knight...
Knight d7, you can. Rook d7.
And bishop f8.
No, simple queen take e6. It's already too powerful.
Yeah, knight is coming to...
And by the way, h4 is a good move because after queen b1, I don't need to play king g2, queen e4 and calculate variations. I can simply play h2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Still, rook c2 deserves attention, but here black should play not take on a4 maybe, but queen d2. Still, white can take on d2, let's say, and play rook c6. Rook c7 also deserves attention. No, obviously is very good position for white, but extra pawn still exists.
Yeah.
So black is still not doomed, but worse position for black.
Yeah, she is suffering. Yeah.
She is suffering.
Okay, what about Tanzhangi and Kashlinskaya?
Oh, She played bishop a8, not g5, bishop a8. Now queen d7, probably queen d8. So she played simple knight e3, exchanging with knight. Let's say knight take e3, bishop take e3, attacking queen with tempo. Queen somewhere.
And finally, we need to bring the rook from a2 into the game, no?
Yeah, and b4.
Can I, before?
Rook c2 or rook d2. e4 though hanging. Bishop take e4. And maybe b3. Okay. What is about this position? Still it's, not that simple. Maybe rook a1 simple. Not before, but rook a1. Now, at least you cannot take this pawn.
Yeah, and the rook wants to come to c1.
Rook.
I'm still very worried for Alina with this rook on h8. Yeah, she has to somehow get the king out of the way, yeah?
No, basically, yes.
But it's also not clear. I mean, g6 looks kind of horrible.
Because bishop h6 check and
Will
queen
be mate.
a8 and queen a8 checkmate, yeah.
Okay, so and f6
No,
also
if played
looks-
then g5, of course, but it also looks
Yeah.
not very well. Yeah, knight e3, strong decision probably. Problems for Alina. It would be great position if king would be in safety. Two bishops and etc. Knight a5 would be misplaced in this case, but king on f8 changes all the picture.
Yeah, tough position for Alina. Let's move on. I think today we could even break our four decisive is the record, yeah? We had it many times.
Yeah, but now maximum we had to make a 5, yeah? If
Yeah,
all games would...
Let's see, did we have 5? We didn't have 5.
No, didn't. Of course we didn't have 5.
But 4 we had plenty of. We had 1, 2, 3 times we had 4 already in half of the rounds. Okay, let's move on and maybe see the game between Dinara Wagner and Katerina Lagno.
Dinara Wagner played e4. Oh,
Things are happening
bishop
now.
d7, rook d1. She immediately played king f7. I thought that bishop c6 deserved attention. She played immediately king f7 and f3. E take f3, bishop take f3, now bishop c6. Confirming that bishop c6 maybe would be more, more flexible at least. No, anyway, because now e4. And what's this? Dinara, when she is like no time for hesitation, she is playing quite well, Because now I like white position.
So what is going on if black takes with the pawn?
Bishop g2 probably simple. And rook f1, a lot of weaknesses. Now it's just maybe bad position for black. I'm not surprised. I don't like her move, king f7. Why not bishop c6? And maybe long castle still. Maybe king f7. But bishop c6 is obviously good move in any case. Now f3, of course, anyway possible. But now black can think about long castle, about take on f3. For instance, take, and now not necessarily king f7 at all. Now long castle, by the way, good choice maybe. Queen take a5, still. Even if not long castle, you can play simple a4, let's say. No problems for black whatsoever. Now e4 I would take and I make long castle, of course. It's completely different story. Yeah? Because she committed too early her king without consolidating first. This is, by the way, in my opinion, it's mistake. Because f3, take, and beautiful move e4. Not beautiful, but strong move, let's say. And now black has some problems to solve, suddenly. 4 minutes, it's enough to checkmate, yeah?
Yeah, the king could suddenly been some serious trouble.
Seems that, okay, maybe take, still take, bishop g2, and something like rook d8. Or with rook, I don't know. One of rooks on d8. Dangerous, but maybe not that bad. Maybe, I don't know, maybe with rook. Hard to say. I mean that because of queen a5, that bishop c3, no hanging with rook in some cases. Still dangerous, looks dangerous for black, but maybe she has counterplay.
So what happens?
No, okay. I would think that like this, it deserves serious attention. Otherwise, black can get checkmated very soon here.
Yeah, Dinara, I'm really impressed by how she, was so low on the clock, but she has found some very serious counterplay here.
Maybe it's your style, because I know when you have play against opponent with serious time trouble, you also became nervous. It's inevitable, basically. And the question is how you handle this nervous pressure yourself.
Yeah, we'll see what Katya comes up with. For now, let's check in with Elizabeth Pitts and Goryachkina.
Bishop b8 she played, my idea. But I said that it's what I said. b3, simple. Now position is completely unclear. Maybe better for white. I wouldn't be surprised. b3 or f3 or knight d3. What about
so many options, huh?
options? No, knight d3, knight g4.
Too many options.
Yeah,
That's the problem.
No, knight d3, knight take g4 though. b3, it's obvious move. Knight d6. And what about f3? That simple move. f3, g5 though, yeah? And also dangerous. Knight h5. Something else. Bishop b8 she played. We looked at this option, I remember. How we're going to play? I am looking now our analysis. But okay.
If you scroll down, no, there is nothing there.
No, nothing down. No, okay. We'll think. Let's think from a new.
From a new perspective, a fresh perspective.
Fresh perspective, yeah. Position is very tense now.
Okay, so let's look at b3 first.
b3, probably knight d6. What else? Maybe now f3. As simple as with covering up e4 square and protecting g4 pawn. Knight b5, for instance, simple queen take b5. b7 is also hanging in some lines with check. Very important tool, as we remember, yeah, in chess.
Yes.
Check. Okay.
What a messy. Okay, we have to do something about b7 here. Yeah?
Well, b7, it's not the most important pawn, but also problems for black that in case of opening position, her own king on f7 would be quite vulnerable. So g5 is, of course, asking for, but maybe simple knight e2. What about this position? Not easy to say. Maybe take on g3 and queen d6, attacking with knight. Maybe it's not bad after all for black. Again, position is complicated, of course. So I'm not sure that b3 is the best move here after bishop b8. Maybe f3 immediately. But f3 also g5. This is the problem. Bishop is hanging. I mean, looks okay for black here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm starting to really like Elizabeth's position, I have to say.
Interesting.
But it feels like it can change with every move.
Double-edged, very double-edged, I should say, this position. A lot of moves. Maybe b3 is a good idea, but after knight d6... No, double-edged, very double-edged, unclear, I should say.
Let's quickly go back to Bibisara against Polina.
Oh. Rook a b8 played. Just a second. So after queen f5, h4 has been played, and rook b8. And g4, we said that g4 is maybe can be idea.
I'm just pushing.
Getting even more space on king side. Yeah, unpleasant position for black. Again, Polina with extra pawn as against Kashlinska, against Alina Kashlinska. And again, white has huge compensation.
Does white want to also push g5, or that would be...
g5, queen f5, maybe f4, and rook f1. No, white is saying, asking black, what is black going to do? Because black pieces, let's look at black pieces. Not very function. I mean, knight on b5, knight on b5 is such a brilliant knight here. It's very rare you have such a knight.
Just played queen e7.
Oh, yeah, okay. Idea knight d7. Maybe to give up, to give back extra pawn, but to liquidate into ending. Ending is maybe not bad for black. Or at least not so bad.
Can white somehow prepare for that?
For knight d7, of course, white can play knight d3, but it's pity to...
Can white ever play h6?
h6, I guess, queen knight g6 is possible in this case. And I don't want... No, okay, maybe white is better. Knight take g6, queen take e6, possible. But not so
Many
clear.
options
Not
for
so
white.
clear, yeah. Many options, yeah.
Okay, I think what we are going to do, we are going to take a quick break now, and we will be back in just 10 minutes with all the time travel action. And today I think we will actually have a lot of time travel action, so 4 games remain, don't go anywhere. We will see you soon.
Tizengdi qaq tez tegizbey turu Kömek gerek dese şükrü Adam olgasın şi bugün tulu Şeniz biz yesibin bilesin Herkes kim boladı aytar Gelis körtünde bırak aytpay
your base for business expansion. The Astana International Financial Center is a unique jurisdiction in Central Asia that offers a familiar ecosystem and preferences for global business. We endeavor to make use of the opportunities presented by our modern era. Eurasia is the beginning phase of long-term economic expansion, which opens up new opportunities for businesses, governments, and individuals on their path to wealth. Capital markets, creating a fully fledged and dynamic financial marketplace in Central Asia. Fintech, fostering innovation of new technologies in the banking, mobile, and personal finance. Green finance, encouraging and supporting sustainable investment opportunities. Islamic finance, reintroducing an alternative to traditional finance according to ethical principles. Common law, adapting the best practices of the world in Nur-Sultan, Kazakhstan. Private banking, offering a reliable ecosystem for the creation of family offices and personalized strategies. Visit our website, register your business, enjoy your privilege.
Біз қор нарығынан бастап қазір әлемдік деңгейдегі инвестициялық компанияға айналдық. Бірақ бұл бізге жеткіліксіз. Бүгін біз онлайн автосақтандыруда көшбасшымыз. Және өмірді сақтандырудың жаңа стандарттарын қойдық. Біз алғашқы болып ТМД-да цифрлық ипотеканы іске қостық. Және смартфонды бөліп төлеу арқылы сатып алудың ең жылдам тәсілін енгіздік. Біз бизнеске арналған онлайн төлемдерді ұсынамыз. Енді жаңарудың уақыты келді. Біз әлі де бұрынғыдай сенімдеміз. Бірақ әлде қайда икемдіміз. Серпінді және инновациялы. Бір бренд, мыңдаған мүмкіндіктер. FIDE-нан ортақ экожүйесіне қош келдіңіздер.
Alexandra, another win with the black pieces today against Abdul Malik. So you're crushing with black in this tournament. Tell us your secret, please.
Well, it's better to ask my opponents. Yeah, but of course, I cannot mind such a result because nowadays, I mean, in the modern chess, to win with black, it's like quite an achievement. And to win fast with black, it's even better, especially considering that it's like round number 7. And the end is approaching, and of course it's less and less like energy is left.
Sanzaya is a very strong player, number 1 of Kazakhstan, but I did notice that you'd played many times with her and your results against her specifically were quite good, at least something like 3-1 in classical games and many blitz and rapid games. So I sense you have a favorable disposition when you play against her because of past results.
Well, I don't think we can compare like this because she's much younger. So that means that when we started playing, she was very young, and of course, like experience counts sometimes, and just a player needs some time to absorb knowledge and even theoretical ones. So I think in that sense, I was quite lucky to meet her, to start playing with her while she was very young. Still.
Yeah, beat them when they're young, they say.
Yeah. But
okay. A question about the opening. I was in the playing hall when you started playing. I noticed that you took a moment when she played Rook E1. I think she was well prepared for the line. Did you sense that might be played today? You took a moment to play Knight G4.
No, I haven't prepared the Italian game at all because I don't think she plays it very often. Okay. In this particular tournament, she opted for the Scotch game, and in general, I mean, I've had several games with her when she played the Rui Lopez. So the Italian, I didn't prepare at all. I mean, before the game with her. And Rook E1. Well, I've had already 3 or 4 games with Rook E1, and I always go to the slide, Knight G4, King H8, F5, which is quite a forced line, and it's always unpleasant if you don't like refresh your memories before the game, and that's why I was worried a little bit. But at the end it worked out pretty well for me.
Yeah, it was clear that in the middle game, the tactical part of the game, you seemed much more at home. When you played G6, already in the commentary booth, Smirin was saying that anything could happen, but it looked to be a very, very dangerous position for White with her overextended kingside. Were you happy with that type of position for your style of play?
Well, I just know that there are some ideas connected with pawn sacrifice in this line, where the main idea for black actually is a very strategical one. Just close her pieces. Her bishop particularly and her knight are on the queen side too far away from the king side, and even though she has an extra pawn, she kind of had to play g4, thus weakening the king side. And even though the computer might give a good evaluation for White, saying that the compensation is not enough, but luckily we're still human beings, and it's a practical game. And in a practical game, it's very unpleasant to play when your opponent has a very clear and a very easy plan just to attack your king, and it's not so clear what to do with your pieces that are so far away, and with all those sacrifices in different orders. So I was very happy. I was surprised that she played so fast, because at some point I thought that maybe that's the line that she analyzed, because otherwise how to explain the moves that king g2 she made was thinking less than a minute over this move, while you need to calculate already g6, knight g4, bishop f5. I mean, there are different ideas for black, hanging around, and king g2 seems to be very brave, unless...
Were you worried? Were you slightly worried that there might be something that had escaped your attention, some calculation?
Well, I was worried at this point because she played it so fast, king g2, and I was clearly indicating that I was going to play g6, and who knows, maybe there is such a forced line where black needs to be careful and sacrifice a lot of material. Who knows? Nowadays you never know. But since after g6 she started thinking, I was not worried anymore. But other than that, of course, I'm happy that it was such an easy and fast game.
From the outside, a very impressive game, a quick win, and that allows you to prepare even more for White tomorrow for your next game.
For White.
Oh, you're black again.
Yeah.
Well, that's not so bad, maybe.
maybe we'll see. But just when you're playing with black, it just requires so much more preparation, because you never know where your opponent would go to. But that's a modern chess.
So I'll leave you to it then. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of round 7 of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. And Ilya, 2 games are finished. They finished quite quickly. We had a draw between Zhuzhiner and Vaishali, as well as a big win for Alexandra Kosteniuk with the black pieces against Janzaya Abdulmalik. So 4 games remain, a lot of action everywhere.
Yeah.
And let's start with Bibisara against Polina.
Let's start. h6 played Bibisara, which you proposed, offered this move, h6. Oh, I don't know, looks basically not bad, but I thought black can play maybe knight g6 immediately. She preferred to take, also good decision, take, queen g7, queen e3, and now knight g6. So what white can do? Probably white has nothing better than to take and to take. And this ending, maybe some advantage for white still,
But not...
But it looks like black cannot be afraid too much about this black has counterplay and position is maybe not so clear at all. No, should be some advantage for white, f4 maybe, but black has counterplay. That's why h6, I wasn't sure basically about this move, sincerely speaking.
We can come back and have a look later.
Yeah.
Let's first catch up with the other games since the time
Tangengi.
is ticking down everywhere.
Yeah, knight e3 was played, we saw it, take, queen b4, good move. By the way, if it's possible, why not?
Yeah.
Oh, so black went
Looks
out
like black managed to solve.
dry almost out of water, yeah?
Wow.
Rook a7 check, king f6, bishop e5, bishop d4 check. What is it? King e7. Again, rook a7 check, king f6 asking for. Otherwise, why should play king e7? But what about this check?
Maybe she's not dry just yet. After all.
Are we missing something? No, e5 is possible, but knight take e5. It's
Yeah, and rook a7, of course, is on the board.
okay. Still problems.
Not over.
Still problems.
And I mean, king f6 is the only. Or what
No, king a8 is possible because a8 square
of course,
is.
yes.
But in this case, why to play king e7? This move is strange in this case. Because right now black is very dry.
Maybe.
Very dry. If she can play like f6 maybe. Or, I mean, to give up. No, f6, rook b6 though.
Maybe it's not as dry as we think.
As I think. All our failures I take on myself. All our achievements it's of both of us. Maybe
it's
h6,
not so-
maybe g5 anyway to sacrifice a pawn. This position seems to me quite holdable at least. Bishop d5, another idea.
Yeah, but quite holdable and completely dry.
Yeah, no, but this is I don't understand. What is it? Rook a7. I mean, not
Maybe
completely.
she underestimated.
Not
this
completely
king
dry.
f6,
Yeah, not
bishop
completely
d4.
dry, of course. Not completely dry, but relatively. Just slightly wet, let's say.
Let's move on from here and check in with Dinara Wagner and Katarina Lagno, where actually it looked like Dinara was getting quite close to. So we left after e4
It's changed drastically.
because the time is ticking down.
Changed
very
drastically
quickly.
everything. She
So-
played e4.
E4, we
F take
saw,
if
yeah.
bishop g2. No, bishop g2 correct,
What we
of
had
course.
predicted.
But queen e3, is it correct? Why not check first? Anyway, king g7, it would be. Eh? But in this case, this move is possible. Maybe.
You moved the queen already from.
Just queen. Oh, sorry. Rook f1, king g7, and queen c1. Possible. What black can play? g5 is hanging. Queen e5. Oh, queen e5 is possible, of course. So bishop c3, rook d4. Maybe it's just great position for black.
Yeah, these pawns.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Okay,
Let's see what happened in the game.
she gave check, rook f1, king g7. She played queen e3. Without
No, she
check.
didn't give a check. Yeah.
Without check, sorry. Queen e3 immediately she played. Rook d3. Rook f1, king g7, queen e2. h4. Still maybe she is fine. I'm not sure though why black cannot take on e5. This is a question to be asked.
Okay.
Queen take e5.
She is probably thinking about it, huh?
No, should take, of course. Maybe g take h4. This is a. But bishop d6. Bishop g3. Rook take g3. Queen take, and just closing to. I mean,
Close to mate. Huh?
very close, I should say.
And Katya she took on e5. And we see now Dinara under 2 minutes.
No, it's bishop e1. All this doesn't look very convincingly.
Okay, I mean, it's hard to judge her, yeah? She's playing in 2 minutes.
Of course, with 2 minutes, but for sake of true, let's say. of truth. It's somewhere she made mistake, because here it looks for us that she is fine, rook a8. Here she should. Why not this move? Simple. Simple and good.
Just blocking.
Just blocking. I'm not saying that white is winning, of course, but at least it looks quite promising. Rook f1 check now. And not clearer maybe, but queen c2. No, queen c2, e5 would be hanging. No, at least not allowed rook d3, all this stuff. Because what she played, queen e3, rook d3, suddenly black is too active. Bishop e1 and queen e5. In my opinion, black is close to win this.
Yeah, now under a minute for Dinara.
Black is very close to win this position.
I think let's stay here a little bit.
Maybe she was thinking about this, take and bishop c3, but still it looks like queen takes c3, or maybe even bishop f6, maybe even. No, queen take d3. Yeah, she should play maybe this.
20 seconds now on the clock.
She should take and bishop c3. What else? I don't see anything else. Here at least maybe some chances.
Let's see, 4 seconds, 3, 2. She made with 2 seconds. She made it.
She didn't take.
She took on h4.
But bishop d6 now. Not finita la commedia, because now queen take d3 is impossible.
Yeah.
Queen take h2.
Yeah.
I don't know.
This could be the end. Yeah.
It could be the end of story, because again, in my opinion, she didn't see maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not easy. I mean, with the pressure, the lack of
And
time.
bishop c3, black take. At least here is not clear.
At least she's alive. Yeah.
She is alive, and even with extra exchange. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and white has 5. Its position. This position is not clear at all. I should say. I don't know.
Maybe she's even not worse.
Maybe she didn't see it properly, simply. Because pawns are pawns, but exchange is exchange, and pawns are also, rook is quite active for white. A lot of open files. I don't know.
Yeah.
Looks to me that white maybe is okay here.
And now, well, we're expecting bishop d6.
No, she didn't play yet, yeah?
No.
But bishop d6, in my opinion, is very strong. And should be close to winning.
Can we find any defense here for white? What about bishop? And bishop d6 has been played by Katerina. What about bishop h1?
No, bishop h1, okay.
H.
It's too painful to watch.
Desperation.
For instance, rook h3 or other moves.
She
as
played
well.
actually bishop h1, but
Yeah.
I mean the problem is maybe also just because simply
No
no
other
options,
moves. Here, queen d4 check, also not bad. e3, bishop e1, and I don't know. a lot of options here. Rook d2, one of them. No, queen g4 check. It looks. Bishop take h2, king h2, rook take h4. Something should happen here. I mean, probably bishop take h2. Nice line, by the way. Rook take h4 and checkmate to follow.
that's very cute.
Yeah. No. She is losing, obviously. I mean, Dinara. No, okay. Katia Lagno goes to +3? Or +2? +3, yeah?
Plus,
So, for a moment, she joins leaders.
yeah. Well, of course, we have to see how is Goryachkina doing. I think maybe we can very quickly go to the game Pets against Goryachkina, and then we will come back here.
Oh, she took after all, she played b3 after considerations. Knight d6, took on d6, queen b5, queen e7, simple protecting a pawn, and rook c1. No, logical, I should say. Because Because if knight take g4, I guess knight take d5 is coming. This is idea. Tactical idea, but white seems to be winning. Simple.
So let's see, how does it work if black
Takes. I
and
take
you
simple and
take-
take a bishop. No, at
Okay.
least extra pawn and no, maybe not winning, but advantage for white. Let's say. So this is a position. Maybe black can take.
But she played already. Eh?
Take, yeah, and knight take g4. Maybe like this, simple.
Let's go to the current position because also here the time is ticking down.
No, she took on e4. I don't
She
understand.
played knight e4.
Black played knight e4, sorry. Immediately. Why didn't... no yeah, knight e4, it's obviously good move. Take, queen e2, this is good move, knight e4, of course. We saw it previously. No, it's good position for black.
And king g2 played by Elizabeth, who's also under 2 minutes.
Rook g8 now. Immediately, or take on c1 first and rook g8. Black is just better here, in my opinion. Also, bishop take a3, not a bad choice. A lot of choice for...
Just take the pawn, yeah?
Yeah, a lot of options for black. Bishop take a3 I don't like too much, sincerely speaking. I don't think black should play it. Simply bishop take a4, by the way, deserves serious attention. To kill this bishop.
And this...
No, okay, white can play queen b5 here. Still not that clear. I mean, a lot of choices for Alexandra Goryachka. Interesting what she will
What she
play.
will pick, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, let's very quickly go back again. What's going on in Bibisara against Polina? Did we see the simplification?
No, yeah. This is we saw.
Things are gone, yeah.
And f4, as I suggested, she played. Correct. And rook f1. No, okay, advantage for white, but black again has some counterplay at least. Rook a2, for instance, is possible. Idea rook c2. And if rook f2, then simple take. Extra pawn now again with black. And
now it's
if white has enough, not clear. Here is 3 results, but objectively speaking, I would say that black maybe is better already. Extra pawn and bishop is not bad at all on b4. Why not? Oh, I mean, b6 is hanging, maybe draw. Sorry, I didn't put attention, and pawn b6 is hanging. Maybe it's more or less equal. Not draw, I mean, but equal. More or less. Still.
Let's go to Tan Zhongyi against Kashlinskaya. What did she play after? She went to f6 with the king.
Yeah, what else? Bishop d4, king g6, check, king h5. This is...
Now the king
is already looks... Rook take f7.
Very dangerous, huh?
Yeah.
What move are we here? Move 34, so 6 moves to go. You know, I think because Tan still has some time, let's go back to Dinara Wagner against Katerina Lagno, because I think there we might be seeing a result any moment, and we will come back here.
Yeah, basically queen d4 check she gave, and this is very close to what we saw, yeah?
Yeah.
Bishop f2, e3 simple, or even immediate sacrifice, or what?
So she played bishop f2 already.
No, only move, but it's obvious lost. Question is just queen e5 immediately, also no, queen was on e5, yeah? And she gave check on d4, but now e3. Again, bishop e1, rook d2. We saw this, exactly this line we saw. Bishop take, queen f2, and bishop take h2 check. Just we saw this. And checkmate. Next move, basically, almost. Queen take h4 only move to prolong for one more move.
So what did Katya play after bishop f2?
E3 she played. No, for her it's basically easy, let's say. Such a tactics. Bishop e1 has been played. She played on the seconds.
And we see Katja is thinking now, and she's getting very close to putting the finishing touches on this game, which will see her catch up to the leaders, at least so far. It will all still depend on Goryachkina's result, of course. But this one looks very close to being over.
Yeah. It looks so. No, it's obvious black is winning. It's no questions about that. So this is much more interesting, of course. Rook H8 immediately she played. Maybe it's a good choice.
So we're going back to Elizabeth Pates and Goryachkina.
Because, no, white would like to take maybe. But in this case, at least black also holds C-file, which can be very important. Queen b5 is still possible. But black can play something simple. Knight takes g3, by the way. No, knight takes g3 is not yet that simple. Maybe rook c7, simply. Maybe
Nothing
simply,
is simple here.
Yeah, maybe simply rook c7.
Let's see. So yeah, with the rooks got exchanged, and I think this is happening. So queen b5 on the board, and now Alexandra is thinking. Also here, not much time on the clock for Elizabeth Pates, a minute and a half. And we're on move 34, still 6 moves to go.
Yeah, still Alexandra controls
Yeah.
events. It seems so.
What do you think? Do you think she's better here?
Probably yes. I think so, yes. Without pawn, but domination.
Let's go back again to Dinara against Katerina Lagno. Wait,
Dinara against Katerina Lagno.
Katerina is still thinking, after Bishop.
No, rook d2, it's obvious move, but not only one, I'm sure. A lot of moves. Here is huge
And
choice.
rook d2 has just appeared on the board,
No, I was sure that she will play
ending this
because
game in style. Yeah.
for her it's quite easy. Always small tricks.
And here,
Because it's another checkmate, I guess, if white take, play rook f2. Still, probably I can take on h2. If you take, I take. And if you play king g3, I give such a check and such a checkmate.
that's very cute.
Yeah, but maybe after bishop take h2, white can still play king f1. Also should be hopeless. But bishop g3 simple, for instance, or bishop take h1, rook take h2, rook f8 check, rook f2 simple take, and queen.
That's not so
Very
good enough.
Very
Convincing.
convincing. Yeah.
So she
Okay.
has taken on d2, pawn takes.
And she should quickly make her mind. Rook f2 probably. Queen f2 immediate checkmate in a couple of moves. Rook f2 is slightly more complicated. Not much more though. Not much more.
I think we can stay with this game for our spectators. It's interesting to see the end. I think the end is
Yeah,
the end
because
is
it's
near.
nice lines. Quite.
Yeah, rook f2 played.
Yeah, now bishop take h2, I think. Again, this is quite nice line. King h2, rook h4 check. King g3, rook h3 check. Everything forced and checkmate on h4.
Yeah, rook h3 is very, very nice.
So she should play after bishop h2, king f1, only move. But simple, let's say take on f1. What white can do? Basically nothing. Queen
And she
take.
has captured on h2.
What? She has captured on h2, yeah? She didn't see.
She didn't recapture though. She played king f1.
So as I said, only move. She saw, actually. Now it's easy winning. Bishop take h1 may be the simplest. Not to calculate anything.
And if you capture on h2, what did you say?
Capture and rook f8 check simple, and take and d1 check,
Yeah.
queen. And
Yeah, and there she goes. Bishop h1 is on the
now,
board.
by the way, very rare construction. Bishop take h1. Yeah,
Yeah, with the two bishops.
Two bishops h1 and h2. Not in every game you can
Sure.
you can see such a construction.
Sure, and it looks like the end is
End is near,
here.
yeah. And so we face a final curtain.
50 seconds for Dinara, but simply no moves. What if she makes a move like, I don't know, bishop, rook d1?
Bishop g3, simple. Oh, the simplest.
Yes.
Bishop f4, also good.
Yeah.
No, I mean, basically every move is winning
Anything.
here. And I mean, such also material advantage, big.
Yes, true.
So,
She plays rook d1, but
she saw everything, but not helping. But she's prolonging, let's say, resistance. It's good. Bishop g3 is the most simple, just immediate resignation after that. No rook,
there is no squares, yeah?
no squares. So it means it's fair and no square.
Yeah, bishop g3 looks
No, it's
simple and convincing.
simplest, just the simplest. To exchange and to return queens and extra piece, extra bishop, simple. And pawn, or couple of pawns. It's not so important on this level, I mean.
Let's see, this will probably be the last
She
move.
played bishop g3, and now I expect resignation. Simple resignation. Because nothing to do.
Yeah, the rook has no squares. Black is already up material anyway, and it will just be an extra piece.
So two overwhelming attacks with black.
Yes.
Quick wins with black. No, quite quick, I mean. Rather quick. Here it's not so quick, but still.
Yes. Well, still,
Very-
there is the resignation.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Katerina Lagno. And let's quickly go to Goryachkina now, because a lot depends on her game. If Goryachkina can win, she will be the sole leader. If she makes a draw, then we will have a three-way tie, at least three-way tie at the
Queen
top.
b5 she played, and rook c7 also has been played. Queen b6, queen g4. And this move, queen b5, shows that white doesn't know what to do. Doesn't know what to do. Completely outplayed.
And she
But
made a
still-
move with 3 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, that's why such a move, strange move. But when
Okay,
you have no time, you
yeah,
just made
have to
whatever
make
you.
The most important thing
Yeah.
is to make a move that doesn't lose.
Still, question for black: how to break through most efficiently? Maybe simple take. And knight
Finally
d2.
take this
But
pawn
it's-
on a3,
But
yeah?
it's not so. I mean,
Take on f4.
Take on f4, e take f4, and something like. But rook c3, queen take. No. Still, it's not so easy. But maybe simple take. Why it's not easy? No, because rook f2 would be in the end. Knight take g3, f take g3, rook c2 check, but rook f2. And here white is fighting. Maybe white is
Maybe
fine.
white is even.
Fine, yeah.
So let's see that.
So this is a position. Queen b5, back. No, obviously should be very close to winning for black. Just you need to pick up to make one final effort. Sometimes it's very hard. Leonid Stein, for instance, also one of my favorite players of all times, said that most hard thing in our business is to deliver final blow, exactly. This is correct. He said it in Russian, of course.
Yeah, it looks like black should have something, but also Alexandra is going down on time now.
No, 3 minutes and a half, it's a huge amount. for 5, 4.
Actually, yeah, as we can see on the camera, that the clock times are not completely accurate. It's only 2.5 minutes, in fact. And still 5 moves to make.
Yeah, still she should work, no doubt about that. She should work to win a game.
Do you think she will take on
I don't know. It's
one of those?
asking for to take on f4. But from other side, queen on rook on c7 without defense.
Yeah.
Still, it's very, you know, promising. She didn't play yet. Now she took.
No,
not yet. Sorry.
no.
She's thinking. She has turned
a minute and a half now on the clock for Goryachkina.
Probably is not her strongest side to calculate win in tactical position. Let's say.
I mean, we also don't know if there is even a win.
No, I mean to play in obviously she understands. Okay, she understands that she is very close. It's no doubt about that. But to find it's not so easy. Maybe take on f4 and knight d2. After all, simple like this to penetrate
To come into f3
very deeply, like this.
Still thinking under a minute now for Alexandra Goryachkina.
Queen b6 still though.
And she has
took.
taken on f4, yes.
Taken. And maybe knight d2. Or maybe some stabilizing move. Not easy to find stabilizing move. White is though, this bishop is just terrible on g3. But last hope of white king.
Yep. And we see Goryachkina just drop under a minute again. So what? It's move 37. 4 moves to make for black, 3 moves for white.
Knight d2.
In the other games, the time control has been reached, so we will stay here.
Interesting game.
Very interesting and also very important for the tournament standings. 30 seconds. I expect 92 to be played.
I'm happy now that not me playing this position right now. Because it's really quite big tension.
Yes, for sure.
Psychological, first of all.
Okay, rook
c3.
c3, sorry.
But what about queen take b7 check? I
think she's about to take instantly.
I don't understand this. Queen d7, maybe even better, I don't know. Seems to me huge mistake, rook c3. Why not queen b7?
Yeah, we can check later. Let's see first again.
Queen d7. e6 she taking with check. Only move king f6 now. Wow, it's probably just a blunder. This is maybe draw. Queen d8 check.
King f8. So she didn't go to f6. She went to f8.
No, it's perpetual check.
Yeah.
It's perpetual check. And they agreed, or what?
About to. I think we are about to see a handshake here. And with that, the standings, are about to be shaken up a little bit with probably a three-way.
No, I think rook c2 was a big mistake. Rook c3.
And there is the handshake.
It's unexpected end of the game, because here it seems close, very close, but not so easy.
Yeah, but I mean,
White is paralyzed.
Feeling close is not enough when you're sitting with 30 seconds on the clock.
No, white is basically paralyzed. It's very interesting position. Let's look a little bit more, because not many games left right now.
You know what I think we should do? I think we should check in with the other 2 games, and then we can come back here and have a look.
This is an ending with equal number of pawns. Looks like draw.
And finally, Tanzhong-yi.
I mean, here
against
with...
Kashlinskaya.
Where is it? It's checkmate already, almost should be. Oh, not checkmate, but black lost all her...
Pawns.
all her assets.
Let's go back and see how did we get here and bring also on the camera. Let's go to Tanjongi and Alina.
King e7 was a just huge blunder because position is worse for black, but I'm sure it's possible to fight. But it's just basically just huge blunder because everything is, she is not taking even f3. Okay, extra piece. Now it's clear that white is winning. And after f5, she decided to play like this.
Just simplify.
To collect everything. No, and this is out of inertia, basically, she plays. Because without 3 pawns, no chances.
And there is the resignation, actually, just as we tune in.
Yeah.
Rook g8 was the last move here played by Tanjongi, and Alina
not only
resigns.
3 pawns left, extra pawns, but also checkmate bishop f4 and so on.
So that means that we now have a new co-leader in Katerina Lagno. So 3 players will be in the lead. Katerina Lagno, Goryachkina, and Zhu Jinner.
And this is last
And this
game
is the
list.
last game, yeah.
So now let's return to Goryachkina.
Yeah.
At least you promised me.
Yes, I promise you.
Yeah. Okay, so this is a position. Bishop take f4. Not sure that it's best move, but maybe it's good move. But here, very interesting how here black could continue. Maybe simple king e7. Oh, not simple, simply. Sorry.
But I think even simply, yeah, it's
Okay, it's still.
there is nothing simple about.
Yeah, it's very hard to find the move. I understand, because white queen is active, and black king has nowhere to go. Basically.
I mean, I'm sure Goryachkina saw that she allowed the draw when she played rook c3.
No, of course,
yeah?
of course.
So she spent all her time and couldn't find anything.
Couldn't find anything. Let's return, and bishop take f4 she played, yeah, here. It should be some ideas to win this game, in my opinion. Okay, she didn't find, not so easy.
Not so
easy. In chess, there are a lot of defensive resources.
Yes,
This
that's
is, I know,
true.
from my own experience.
I mean, we don't know if this game, it was such an interesting game, but we don't really know if anyone ever had a big advantage. It felt at some point.
It felt that black outplayed, that Goryachkina outplayed.
But there were also moments where Elizabeth seemed to be doing well.
Yeah. No, interesting to me is that if she wouldn't make a castle here again, but to play h5, maybe she's just better in this position. King will go to f1 soon.
So let's check now Asabayeva against Shuvalova.
Yeah, this is our last.
Yeah, first of all, let's go back and
Obstacle,
we
yeah.
missed a lot of moves here.
We missed a lot of actions.
Yeah, so let's catch up.
Queen take g6, we saw. No, she restored material balance, f4 we saw, rook c8, and rook c6 she preferred. In my opinion, rook a2 would be interesting, but rook c6 may be just as good, who knows. Oh, and this is just going in direction of draw. Black is not worse anymore, for sure. Maybe slightly better. Rook g6 or rook e4, she's thinking. For instance, rook g6, attacking this pawn. Some advantage for black, I should say. Extra pawn would be. Still, it feels like draw, like king g2, rook take g4, and king f3. Still, it feels like draw, because still those 2 pawns are blocked, and white white king is much more active. Still, I would say it's draw, should be. But black is slightly better, let's say, extra pawn after all.
What should black, where would you bring the rook behind?
Well, maybe g1, I don't know. And white can play rook, check, and check, for instance. And rook b7. Black can play h5. No, but this is, I don't think it's some serious attempt to win for both sides this position. Should be drawn. So maybe no 5 decisive game.
It's already
Also,
gone.
only
Anyway.
only 3 can be now, and 4.
No,
only
only
4
4.
can be.
So what did Polina played rook e2? So not attacking this pawn at all.
She wants to take on a4. Let's see. Check. King g7, rook b8. Still, it seems to me like draw. Okay, a is a passed pawn, but very hard to imagine. Rook will go from a6. Small advantage for black, obviously, but I don't think it's really real chances to win such position. Knight c7 also.
So let's see. How do we try? Do we just go back, rook a1?
For black? Oh yeah, you should do something like this. White can play, for instance, knight c7. One of ideas. a4 is impossible because bishop is hanging.
So bishop c3, let's say.
Maybe d5. Maybe knight d5.
Yeah, maybe black needs
Maybe
to also
maybe
not
knight
allow
e6,
too
knight
much.
e6 check. Hard to say. A lot of moves here. Knight c7 is also basically not necessary, of course. I can play d5 right away. d5, a4, d6. Yes, bishop is better than knight, but my pawn is one move closer. It still seems to be very drawish.
Yeah, so black probably the only one with chances, but shouldn't be.
No small chances, but knight is jumping all over the board, and sometimes you can lose a bishop because of that. In some cases, so if black would overpress, everything can happen. Sincerely speaking.
Yeah, that's why I wonder what Polina will do, because I think if she overpresses, this will be almost like the final straw. I mean, she lost 4 in a row. She will be very careful to not overpress today.
But what I like is that she didn't seems to me didn't lose desire to fight. Yeah, it's very good.
So let's go back to the position on the board after rook e2.
Right now, you mean?
Yeah, because
Rook e2 and Bibisar just made some move.
Yeah, rook d7.
Rook d7, also not bad. She is also playing for win, because rook a2, d5. I don't know. Or knight c7 she wants to play maybe. Rook take a4, knight d5, and seems like perpetual check. Knight f6, at least.
Yeah, at least.
Rook d7 is a
So
good
let's
move.
see if b5.
Rook d7 is a good move, by the way. No, okay, black is not worse. Rook e4 is possible still. To change her mind and to take this pawn, before it's too late,
It's again, it's difficult to make that correction.
Because again, if she played rook a2, that knight c7, and if rook take a4, knight d5,
Rook a2 on the board.
only black is risking here, because his king in mating net, at least perpetual check white always have. Well, probably it's draw, of course.
She has gone to a2.
Simple h6, knight f6, king f8. It's of course draw. White anyway should.
Let's show it for our viewers.
No.
Just knight h7.
And knight f6. This is well-known mechanism of perpetual check.
Yeah. And let's just show why the king can never step into the corner.
Yeah. Why? I'm curious myself. No, I mean king h8. It's obviously checkmate. It's not perpetual check, but checkmate. So this looks like rook d7 like a good move for Bibisara.
And actually, we didn't see it, but rook a2 is already has been played. Yeah.
So now we are looking for
And knight c7 also been played.
So it's close to draw, to conclusion.
Yeah.
Knight d5, king f8, knight f6, no, and h6 just in case. not to lose knight h7 and g5, g6, and it would be very pity.
Yes.
And this is, of course, draw.
I guess there is no way white can play. No, white is down a pawn. No. I think it's very likely the game will end like this, huh?
Yeah, it seems so. She's very optimistic, Shuvalova, Polina Shuvalova. So maybe she would look for... Okay, black can play again h6 to start with h6. Maybe the most simple. Knight f6 and king f8.
Yeah, but she's very optimistic, but here there's just no more way to play.
No, but sure. I mean, bishop e7, if she would allow bishop e7, she can easily lose this game. But fortunately for her, it's perpetual. Because now, after...
she's thinking now.
Because king f8, black still can play for a win. You know now what I'm thinking. Knight take h7 and king e8. Still black is better, Which is interesting. I didn't put attention on this. Knight d5.
And king f8.
King f8. Okay, white can take on h7, maybe. But it's also without pawn.
Can white also take b6?
Yeah, this is probably the best. You're right.
And then take h7
knight
next
b6. Now, yeah, you're right. Because knight f6, bishop e7, it's better for black simply.
Polina is thinking what after knight c7, but it feels like she kind of has to take on.
No, okay, yeah. Why otherwise? Why she played the rook to a2? Anyway, white played knight d5. It's impossible to prevent it.
Yeah. And there's really no alternative right now. She's probably already calculating all these other
Probably,
lines.
yeah, probably.
But this was also a very, today was every round is fighting, but today we had a lot of very double-edged.
Because
very
they went fresh, rested a little bit at least.
And tomorrow maybe we'll have more because again the players will be quite rested. Today was quite a short round. Let's not jinx it. This game isn't over yet.
And finish is near already.
After today, 4 games only remain. And we will have now 3 players with Lagno being the new co-leader together with Goryachkina and Zhuzhiner. It almost looks like Polina is disappointed here to not have more than a draw, but I think this game
Polina basically had worse position in my opinion, almost all the game. Shouldn't be very disappointed, basically. Because this position, for instance, somewhere here, looks pretty promising for white. Not sure that h6 was such a good idea, because again, allowed complications.
Yeah.
Maybe knight d3 simple or something.
And I'm reading in the chat that apparently, to go back to this Goryachkina game.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. So we usually don't use the engine, but see
but
now.
chat uses.
Yeah, and I see that after queen b6, so on move 35.
35, queen b6, yeah.
This was the
crucial moment.
actually previous move was blunder, queen b5.
No, okay, she lost a time, yeah. So
Because here rook c2 was possible. Don't ask me why, but after rook c7.
no, what why? It's clear that it's winning. Bishop e7 probably, and white pieces just completely cannot protect with bishop on c3.
But after queen b6, rook c2 would have been even more crushing. But her move was also good enough.
Queen b7, bishop e7, the same stuff. Or
It's
bishop?
actually the evaluation of this position is minus
No, a lot.
9.
No, okay, I agree. It fails that black is close to winning. So our evaluation at least was correct.
And after queen b5 was the last chance, for rook c2. So 3 times in a row, this rook c2 was a
What?
possibility.
Here again, rook. No, yes, here again, rook c2. But what's the end position after queen g4, bishop take f4?
Draw.
Draw already, yeah? No,
So
no
after
way.
bishop takes f4, there is nothing.
Okay.
more.
Yeah, rook c2. It was my idea. Because here knight e2 immediately also doesn't. No, of
But
course,
before
simple.
that, the position was always more or less balanced. Like actually, Goryachkina was never
No, okay.
really better.
Maybe
until
balanced,
this
balanced, but problems for white. For computer, a lot of positions balanced, but for human, it's not balanced at all.
And let's go back to Bibisara and Polina because I think we're getting close. The knight has landed on the e5. And if Polina wants to play,
King f8.
King f8 is the only option. Otherwise, it will be an immediate draw.
Check and
But here she also has to be sure that she cannot be worse suddenly. Yeah?
no, she's not worse. Cannot be worse, of course.
But I can take h7
a3.
and okay, rook back.
To a7.
I guess so. Am
Yeah,
I missing?
a2, knight d5. Also shouldn't be.
But she has to be sure, yeah, that this is. I wouldn't be so sure at first sight that I'm not worse. Let's say,
You mean white?
yeah. No, as black.
No, it's a simple draw, or maybe even I don't know g5. Let's say, bishop take g5 and knight c3. Let's say, simple draw.
Yeah, but what I mean is for black, if she see it makes no point maybe to go for this if you.
No point because she is tired and so on. It's possible to lose. Possible to miss something. Winning chances basically very minimal.
King f8 played.
King f8. She
She's
is
a
stubborn.
fighter,
She
yeah,
is
yeah,
fighter. Yeah, I see. Polina is fighter. Good for her. But sometimes, King f8, only attempt to play, to do something. Obviously, it should be draw anyway. White is too active to be in danger. Knight like
But
this.
it's good. I agree with you. It's good to see her fighting. So we expect knight takes b6.
We had still a lot of time left.
Yeah. Okay, both of them have
Yeah, so
plenty of time.
a lot of time left. King f8, yeah.
So what did you say after knight f6, bishop e7? Yeah?
No, some problems for white here. Maybe still she should play knight d5, but even here more problems. And rook take d4, let's
Yeah.
say.
No,
but still,
but the-
still it's draw. Rook take h7, still draw, of course. No, if not something like study like.
Yeah.
Maybe here it is. This case, a study like win for black. Bishop e3, and knight is gone. Knight is gone on b6. But okay, no, it's. Knight f6 is a little bit, risky at least. Bishop e7. Of course, knight take b6, it's more. It's simpler.
So, yeah, if I was Bibisara, I would take this pawn quite quickly. I would be afraid to leave this A and B pawns alive.
Yeah. Take on b6 is healthy decision.
Okay, so I wonder what she's thinking about. She must be thinking maybe to take on h7.
Maybe she thinks about something not related with this position at all.
She's about
Also-
to make a move.
Also possibility.
I think it's very unlikely that she's not thinking about the position. Because still, okay, she's the one who has to be a little bit precise, yeah? She was about to make a move and then she took the hand back. I don't know if she was reaching what for the knight. For the rook,
yeah.
20 minutes now for Baby Sarah.
Rook take h7 may be also possible to play. But it looks a little bit,
Yeah.
Also-
Why leave these pawns alive?
Also possible.
I mean, how do you even
Because
defend, actually?
b5 it's suddenly risky for black. Can be. g6, rook f7.
Yeah, you're right.
Those pawns connected but still far away.
Yeah, maybe rook h7, actually.
Rook h7 also possible.
I'm starting to really... I like that Polina is fighting, but I wonder if king f8 was already a bit too much.
Little bit.
Because there can be some danger.
No, black can play, not real danger yet. Black can play simple like bishop d2, let's say. Knight take b6. What else? Maybe something else? Knight take b6, rook take d4, for instance. Extra pawn, by the way, would be with black, maybe.
Yeah.
Will not help to win a game, but at least...
Some symbolic. Yeah. She
here
took on h7.
Here knight
actually.
d7 check, by the way, and white is winning suddenly. Yeah? Knight f6 check and
My
rook.
goodness.
And rook.
That was so
Again,
crazy.
queen,
She
knight.
took h7, yeah.
She took.
Yeah.
Yeah, good move. Why not? b6 is hanging. And again, b5 is extremely dangerous, maybe just bad because of g5 and g6. So I expect like bishop d2. No, okay, obviously it's draw, let's say.
Because anyway, you cannot hold the b pawn, yeah? If b5,
Again, g5.
g5, yeah.
And it already looks pretty dangerous, I say.
Okay, since Polina has so much time on the clock, what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break now. And then when we are back, we will stay with this game until the end. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon.
Tizengdi qaq tez tegizbey turu Kömek gerek dese şükrü Adam olgasın şit bugün tulu Şeniz biz yesibin bilesin Herkes sun boladı aytar Gelis körtünde bırak aytbay Gözüne şokun
your base for business expansion. The Astana International Financial Center is a unique jurisdiction in Central Asia that offers a familiar ecosystem and preferences for global business. We endeavor to make use of the opportunities presented by our modern era. Eurasia is the beginning phase of long-term economic expansion, which opens up new opportunities for businesses, governments, and individuals on their path to wealth. Capital markets, creating a fully fledged and dynamic financial marketplace in Central Asia. Fintech, fostering innovation of new technologies in the banking, mobile, and personal finance. Green finance, encouraging and supporting sustainable investment opportunities. Islamic finance, reintroducing an alternative to traditional finance according to ethical principles. Common law, adapting the best practices of the world in Nur-Sultan, Kazakhstan. Private banking, offering a reliable ecosystem for the creation of family offices and personalized strategies. Visit our website, register your business, enjoy your privilege.
Біз қор нарығынан бастап қазір әлемдік деңгейдегі инвестициялық компанияға айналдық. Бірақ бұл бізге жеткіліксіз. Бүгін біз онлайн автосақтандыруда көшбасшымыз. Және өмірді сақтандырудың жаңа стандарттарын қойдық. Біз алғашқы болып ТМД-да цифрлық ипотеканы іске қостық. Және смартфонды бөліп төлеу арқылы сатып алудың ең жылдам тәсілін енгіздік. Біз бизнеске арналған онлайн төлемдерді ұсынамыз. Енді жаңарудың уақыты келді. Біз әлі де бұрынғыдай сенімдеміз. Бірақ әлде қайда икемдіміз. Серпінді және инновациялы. Бір бренд, мыңдаған мүмкіндіктер. FIDE-ның ортақ экожүйесіне қош келдіңіздер.
Hello and welcome back to the final part of today's 7th round here at the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. And Ilya, only one game remains, Bibisara Asaubayeva against Polina Shuvalova. Let's very quickly remind you of the results we've had so far in case you're just tuning in. We had 2 draws between Pitts and Goryechkina, as well as between Zhuzhiner and Vaishali. That happened a very long time ago. And then we had 3 decisive results. Tanzhongyi beat Alina Kashlinskaya, Katerina Lagno beat with the black pieces Dinara Wagner. Actually, the results are about to appear on your screen. And we saw a crushing win by Alexandra Kostyniuk against Shansaya.
Very quick. And basically, Goryachkina Alexandra missed her chances to win in the time trouble, let's say. Time trouble was more serious. Her opponent has more serious time trouble, but still also Goryachkina.
Not easy on both sides.
And what?
Not easy for both.
Yeah, not easy for both sides, exactly.
Let's see what happened here. Let's go back a few moves. So we left
somewhere here, King f8.
We saw Rook
h7. We saw Bishop a3. Possible move. No, and no material left. Just one simple question for black: not to take on g4.
Yeah.
Not desirable because it would be too much for.
Suddenly, white would be winning
for Polina Shuvalova. So she played Bishop e7, and I expect that we will agree to a draw very soon. Rook h5 maybe, or maybe something of this kind.
Let's see. So if Rook
maybe Rook h8 and Rook a8 also not bad.
Yeah.
Maybe it's even slightly more precise.
And if black
can play, but black can play whatever, but
yeah, she has played Rook h8, check.
yeah. Objectively, still black is,
still is the only one.
But it's
that can
completely
play
impossible. No material left.
Yeah.
But a lot of desire left. So we will see what is more important, desire or objective position on the board.
Well, I think unfortunately there is just not enough material left for desire to make a difference. Huh?
Women never goes to compromise. They play till the end usually, and it's not bad. It's basically not bad at all.
For sure. King f7 on the board, and we expect Rook a8 for Bibisara to put the rook behind the pawn. There are probably other options as well.
She is dreaming to get like rook and bishop against rook. In this case,
of course,
we are doing for another 1 hour. For another 1 hour.
Yeah. But there is just no way Bibisara will allow it. Have you had it many times, rook and bishop against rook?
A couple of times.
On the good side or the bad side?
On both sides, I guess. 2 times I also had the position queen against rook, knight and bishop, without pawns.
Queen against what? Rook?
Rook, knight and bishop.
Oh, wow. And how did that go?
It's draw, basically.
A draw.
But you should...
Be careful, I guess.
A little bit, yeah. Not little bit, you should be careful.
Very careful.
Yeah.
What is Bibisara thinking about? Maybe
she's thinking about
checks or
something. For sure, she's thinking about something.
So what's the time now? Bibisara is 10 minutes. And gives a check.
No, also another check though. Rook h7 check, also possible. Checking intentions of her opponent. Maybe she is ready to agree.
Very doubtful. So let's see, King
e6 black can play, but then probably another check.
And
King e5, rook h5.
Yeah, so king e6 actually is just not an option, yeah?
Not no. I mean,
If
any
you want
move,
to
any
win.
move, not an option here to play for a
But to
win.
play for a win.
Yeah, king f8. King f8 is option. Rook h8 check. For instance, king g7. But king
But
on
then the
g7
king
is
is
slightly
further.
worse than an f7. When rook a8 is. No, okay, all this we can discuss this position for hours, for long hours. But evaluation is obvious. Dead draw.
Yeah, once again here, Polina would have to play, I guess, bishop b4.
No, okay, bishop b4, I can make a lot of things. Most simple, I give up this pawn.
Yeah, and just bring
Take
the king.
it, take it. Okay, what can I say? Knight c4. No, I mean, everything is possible, but
Who knows, maybe we will see a repetition here, but I doubt it.
yeah,
Let's-
me too, sincerely speaking.
Let's go back to the position on the board. Okay, because also, okay, the position might be a dead draw, but Polina is about to take the last pawn, and she is playing
No,
absolutely
basically, king
without-
f8 also maybe most precise move rook h5, not rook a8.
Okay, so king f8.
A4 though now. And still, no, rook a8, okay. She played king f8. What
We fought.
we thought, yeah.
But I think it makes sense.
Makes sense, of course. Only move to avoid repetition. Check, king g7 and rook a8. Expecting this move. If bishop b4, a lot of moves, but also g5 I can play. Just not give up this pawn easily. But not necessary, of course.
Yeah.
It's for sure. Because, for instance, king e2, and after rook take g4, maybe the simplest way not to play king d3. Why? Why not simple knight d5?
And actually, the bishop has no squares.
Eliminate bishop and
go home.
go home, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so rook h8 on the board. Actually, this line looks just very forcing.
King
yeah,
g7
that we
she
just
played.
saw.
I applaud.
Yeah.
Applaud of
The fighting.
desire
Yeah.
to win.
So how did this line go that we just looked? Rook
Rook a8.
a8.
I mean, rook h8, king g7, rook a8, bishop b4, simple king e2. You take,
And knight
and
d5.
knight d5. Of course, after king e2, you can play still like this. Rook c8 she played. This is interesting. Also possible. Not spoiling
The
anything.
idea is to play rook c4.
yeah. Rook c8 is,
So how do,
clinical move.
So if rook takes g4, how is that?
No, rook c8 is possible, let's say. Still, right? Maybe rook c7 simple. King f8.
But if we go knight d5, at least we're covering b4.
No.
I don't know if it makes a difference.
No, no way black can win this.
But at least she can try. And if I was Polina, I would also play.
No, of course. Fischer for sure would play. Yes.
I mean, why would you not play? White will show, and okay, if white doesn't show, you can have some chances, but Why should you not try? So let's see, rook c8. Can black do anything else than take on g4?
No,
No.
she should take, obviously. White can do a lot of things here. Knight d5, rook c7.
I wonder what's the idea of rook c8.
No, rook c4. Rook c4 also possible, by the way, now, but
Yeah.
by the way, possible, completely possible. Maybe black should play something like this. And I don't know. King e2. No. Okay. You can play till tomorrow and to analyze this position. But sincerely speaking, I am respect our followers, yeah, who watch us, and that draw, some very small.
But what do you mean you respect our views?
No, I mean not to show because these variations that we can show quite senseless, I should say, because
Okay,
white
but
has
better to show senseless variations than to show nothing, yeah?
sometimes nothing is better. No, I'm joking.
But then we're not needed here any
We
longer.
not, sincerely speaking, we don't maybe, but everything can happen. Maybe
Yeah.
this 1%
Yeah.
or 0.5% of probability, maybe it will
It
happen.
happens sometimes, for sure.
It can happen in this exact game.
Sure.
If it would be much less time, I would say, yeah, but it's still a huge amount of time.
Yeah.
They just fighting their own fears, let's say. I mean, white. If white has no time, she would make draw very quickly. I mean,
Yeah.
but with time, yeah, to think, why not? Rook c8, black is thinking here. What is she thinking about? Not so easy to understand, because
Maybe
a4,
to play some bishop b4?
no, okay, even no extra pawn now.
Yeah, you just defend.
Rook
of
d6,
course.
no, knight a4 I would play, probably. Knight goes, no, okay, the same, but no extra pawn. If she would win this position, it would be
She didn't.
international scandal.
She played
I don't
bishop d8.
Bishop d8. No, okay, knight c4. Then rook take g4, rook take d8. Then rook c4. Also, this position is possible to lose, yeah, but basically,
This one is hard to lose. Eh?
basically it's very small probability.
Very hard to lose.
Very hard.
I think here they will not play.
Bishop d8 she played. I don't know why she didn't take the pawn, sincerely speaking. I would take probably the pawn.
Okay, but after knight c4? No?
Yeah. She took on g4. Yeah?
No, she
I
didn't.
mean, she played bishop d8.
Yeah.
Knight
And
c4,
knight c4, what
a4.
if she pushes here?
Yeah, no, and I push also forward. We saw
Now I
this.
take?
No,
I know,
we
but
saw, we just saw it. We just saw it.
Yeah, no, but we saw immediately. We saw without a4, yeah?
Oh, with a4. Okay, without.
Okay, but let's say bishop e7.
Bishop where?
e7.
No, okay.
No, but Bibisao also chose. I think this is also a good idea. She played knight.
a4. What, she played knight a4? Not a bad idea, yeah. I mean, every move basically here. Enough. Knight goes to c5, yeah?
Okay, so what? Let's say Bishop moves.
Bishop moves where?
I don't know, f6, h4.
Knight c3, simple. Knight c5, I don't know. I don't know. Again, it's impossible to guess here. A lot of moves possible. No, knight a4, it's a little bit strange to me, but completely drawish. Also, this position is completely drawn. No doubt about this.
But that's the only try, right? After knight a4.
Knight a4, she played its interesting move. Why not knight c4 after all? Hard to say. Knight c4, a4, and king e2. If she takes, no, yeah, bishop e7 is possible. Oh, okay. Knight e3 is also possible.
Just hold on to that pawn.
No, it's just, it's just a little bit funny how black wants to win this position.
Okay, but I don't think it's so funny because it's her right and it's not.
No, it's right, but I mean, it's funny for us to look for something,
Okay, but it's our job, yeah?
Our passion, maybe. No, to play it's not funny, but to analyze it seriously, right now it's a little bit, it shows that chess should be, time control should be a little bit maybe, because in such positions, still to spend so many time. No, okay, this is chess has his drawbacks and his and advantages as well as everything basically.
Polina is still thinking after knight a4 and the king is coming.
King f7. Okay. King also coming, I would say. e2.
And I guess the idea is king
e7.
e7.
No, and I also comes somewhere. c3. Rook take g4, and I played, let's say, king d3. I don't know. King d7, I played rook c4. Rook g3, I played king c2.
Yeah, as soon as the king is in front of the pawn.
Still, this is possible to play. Even 100 moves can be made, I mean, but is it wise? This is another question.
I don't know. I think even psychologically it can be good for Polina, to play this position where she has no chance to lose.
No, maybe. Yeah, at least to lose, she need to give up the rook. Yeah. Bishop is not enough.
What's the time now? Polina is down to 15
King d2 she played, yeah. Now at least they spent considerable amount of time allocated.
15 minutes left for Polina, 10 minutes for Bibisara.
King e7 she may play, for instance, knight c5. Rook take g4, knight b7, for instance. Bishop b6 and rook c6. Still, by the way, rook b4. Okay, now it's possible to sacrifice this one.
Yeah.
It's maybe easier draw than knight is in time to join
to the king,
to rejoin with king. Yeah. Black cannot. Fortunately, black cannot.
I actually think Bibisara will not go for this one. I think she would prefer.
We will see.
Would you prefer to play this one?
He has no idea. No, I don't know. It's possible. Possibility. Maybe not. Probably not, I should say.
Probably not.
Probably not.
So what? Bishop f6 has been played.
Oh.
So knight, where does the knight go? C5?
Rook c7 check is possible. Any move, knight c5, knight c3, whatever.
Actually, knight c5 is rook c4 anything?
No, king d3, rook c3, king e4. And a4, yeah?
Yeah, now
Still-
we're
still-
suddenly, but okay, so now it's
still
not
it's-
so
it's-
clear.
Now it's
Now suddenly we're asking for trouble.
because rook is pinned.
Pinned, yeah. So not knight c5,
Not
probably.
knight c5. I mean, of course, knight c5 is possible, and to give check here also possible. But
Yeah.
what she's thinking after bishop f6? No, knight c3, rook c7 check.
You know, I also think it makes sense for Polina to play because, okay, it's very likely Bibisara will go down at some point, you know, to her final minute. And okay, it makes sense to test your opponent when they have no time. If you can maintain some pressure in the position, I am sure someone like Magnus would also still be playing here. I don't think, you know, he would offer a draw. Or what do you think?
No, I don't know. This particular position, maybe not. Maybe he will not be playing. Maybe. No. No, in
It
rapid.
depends against two also.
Yeah, and in rapid for sure, but in classical time control, not sure he would be playing.
But again, I think if he was playing someone, let's say, weak, okay, everybody is weaker than him, but if there was of course here the players are roughly on the same level, but against if, let's say, Magnus was playing even 2500 or something, I don't think he would agree a draw. Okay, we will never know. Hypothetical. Okay, knight goes to b6.
No, there are some positions which are like really deadly drawn, but still something can happen. But this is such well known, I mean.
And actually both players right now, it's a funny picture, they're both away from the board. For a second I was like, what happened? Did they finish? But no, they're both away from the board. And okay, eventually Polina will have to take the g-pawn, but I guess she is not in a rush.
No, rook take g4, probably rook a8. Probably.
And not so easy even to defend the pawn, yeah? If bishop c3?
Knight d5. No, okay, no. It's dead draw until some very huge mistake. Right now, White has huge choice, a lot of moves leading to a draw. Yeah, sometimes, of course, some positions, it's, you know, even theoretical draw, sometimes you know that it's theoretical draw, but it's not so easy.
No.
But here, sincerely speaking, it's so easy. Not easy sometimes maybe to choose. I mean, one of 100 almost drawish continuations.
There we see our chief arbiter, Mr. Hamid from Malaysia. We see a beautiful close-up of the trophies and the medals. They look very imposing. I love the trophies. And the players, I'm back, some magic. Some magic Polina is thinking. She's also getting close now to, you know, dropping under 10 minutes soon. And
Bishop, where? to
Yeah, I think we
d8.
missed some.
No, knight
yeah,
b6,
knight
bishop
b6.
d8 immediately. This is quite a serious attempt. Knight c4, let's say. Knight
The
a4
knight
back.
went again to a4.
Knight went again to a4. Very persistent.
And king e7.
I don't know. And knight c5 maybe now. Again, as we said. Knight
But
c5
now
or
rook-
rook
yeah.
c4. No, rook c4.
No, but king d3, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, rook c4, king d3 now. And
king
king
d2,
d2, yeah. It's
But soon, actually,
why knight a4? I don't understand. I mean here, bishop d8. Why not knight c4 to the center?
okay, maybe she's worried about the pawn push.
No, okay. No pawn push. It would be lost pawn.
Huh? No,
Pawn would be lost.
no, but a4, I mean.
Here a4, knight c4, a4. No, okay. Okay, king g3, rook take g4, knight e5 check. Op. This is our chance. Yeah. And also bishop is hanging. Everything is hanging. No, okay, I don't know. But knight a4, it seems to
It
me.
seems more logical now.
It seems to me. Nothing. Basically, it's nothing. Spoils anything. Let's say, but. Now she should think again how to protect this knight.
And now 5 minutes.
No,
for
it's
the
really a
decide.
little bit funny move, knight c4, knight a4. Why no knight c4 to the center? By thinking so long, she gives new hopes to her opponent.
Yeah, and Paulina just did this, put the arms up. She's ready, I think we're not done here. We are not done yet.
It's it's famous song on Vysotsky, Vladimir Vysotsky. He was famous Soviet Union Bard, let's say, and he wrote a song about Fischer and match with Fischer, possible match with after match Fischer Spassky. He was himself playing with Fischer, and there is a words, and even to be sure he took off his jacket. I mean in Russian, of course, but the same. So to be sure he
Pulled up the sleeves.
yeah.
Okay, knight went back. At least the knight is more centralized now. And as soon as the rook takes on g4, the king...
Knight c3. So for some reason she loved more knight on c3 than on c4. Which is completely... This is a little bit puzzles me, sincerely speaking. Why she choose? But okay, it's still dead draw. Rook take g4 and king d3. Still dead draw. No question even about that. But it's little bit... seems to me a little bit strange. Why to put knight on a4, not on c4?
No.
Of course, it doesn't change much, let's say. Nothing, basically, it's changed.
So now Paulina thinking after knight c3. Will she finally take this pawn on g4? What do you think?
I don't know. I don't think already. For the last half an hour, I don't think, basically. Sincerely speaking. Very interesting game was, of course, of Goryachkina, and she was very close to win. And basically today it's okay with mistakes, with adventures, but basically quite interesting and even quite, nice. I mean, nice looking from chess point of view. Some combinations, some sacrifices, things like that. Again, maybe not highest of levels, but very let's say, very interesting, very adventurous. And yeah, then I don't know what is better. For chess players, better level, of course, but for spectators, I'm
They
not sure.
want
I'm
some
not sure.
fun, you know, fun games.
Yeah, some fun.
Especially if the evaluation is going up
Yeah.
and down.
Exactly.
They are happy. I think.
Exactly.
What is Polina thinking about? If she doesn't want to take, maybe what, King D7? King D7 played.
No, Rook A8 as quick as possible. Maybe she wants somehow to catch with Rook King C6, King B7. You know, this is the first idea. King C6 now on, and next move. If King B7, it's Black already close to winning suddenly. Yeah.
It would be winning, I guess. No?
No, if now King B7, yes, it would
it
be
goes
winning.
back to play.
It would be winning. King D7. But White can play, of course. No, first of all, Rook A8 not bad, and after King C6, King or Rook C8 check first. Simple. No.
King B7.
King B7, Rook C5.
Okay, I will push, I guess.
And I will push.
Yeah, there is nothing. Yeah, if I... Okay, I have to take. What can I do?
No, and I
Ah.
take. And I take.
No, I wanted to take the rook. I was wondering
rook.
if the...
Rook, okay, you can take a rook. No, and I take as well. A3, nice C3.
And my king is too far, yeah?
Yeah, King D3 next move.
Let's see, king...
C6, King D3. King C5, King D3. King here, I am here. You are here, I am here. Yeah, extra piece for black. But
Not enough.
where is pawns?
Yeah. Okay, let's see. We've had some moves in the game. Let's...
If she would win this game, I would be, I don't know. Rook 8 she played, yeah?
Yeah, I think. Yes.
Rook 8 she played, not being afraid. Now King C6 is is interesting. No, okay, dead draw of course anyway, Rook C8 check. But
Okay,
at
she
least,
will try.
at least
yeah?
some idea, yeah. King C6.
Maybe... I know, I wanted to say king c7. Maybe it's more
She played
subtle.
king
Yeah,
c6.
king c6, yeah. But it's a very cute trap, actually.
But basically King B7 is not threatening anything. Rook A7 check.
Yeah.
Anyway.
What? King?
No, I mean G5, King B, for instance, King B7, Rook A7 check. Still dead draw, you know. Position is so drawish that even, I mean,
That's unbelievable.
no, it's not really unbelievable, but it shows. That it's-
But it will be funny now if she really plays g5.
Let's see.
I think she will not do it.
Ah,
But probably maybe the best move, yeah?
no. Passed pawn should move forward.
Should run.
Yeah, what else? Run, Lola, run. It was such a movie.
Yeah.
For instance, King B7, I mean G5, King B7, Rook A7, King B6,
B6.
and G6. Who is better? Not clear.
But now Baby Sarah is under 3 minutes suddenly.
Interesting. In every position, it's possible to get into time troubles.
Okay, so g5 we think is possible.
No, of course, possible.
Let's just
Maybe
put
she is
back.
very tired suddenly. I don't know, because she usually plays quite... I thought her played rapid. She played very confidently. But here she shouldn't not confident at all. This is just interesting. No, rook c8, our first
Our first option.
option. After king b7, by the way, knight b5 is also possible, of course. No, but knight b5 is now it's really
Now
it's really
Now you're really asking for trouble.
yeah. Okay, rook c8. No, because thinking for so long, she gave desire,
time,
more desire
yeah.
to her opponent
Of course.
to continue.
Yeah. So she played king b7 and rook c5. Okay, now finally Polina has to take g4, otherwise the pawn will go, no?
No, of course. I don't know why she did.
But no, because now also rook d5 is rook d5 is the main threat. Yeah? So let's say take, and we have any way to force matters now. But bringing the king, yeah, should be enough. Yeah, there she goes. Finally, it's been so long that this pawn was standing
Now
there.
we should count 50 moves. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's on. So what move are we now? 60 only. Wow. We will not make it, I don't think, 200 moves today.
King d3.
But also now Bibisawa can start playing faster, I think, now that the king, will come. There is not so much to... Okay, one question is after, let's say, king b6. Will you put the rook on the side or behind, or...?
I don't know. Any like this.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Looks easy enough, yeah. Because the pawn will just simply not advance, and also actually the king cannot advance. This setup just looks like fortress, yeah?
Like
Here.
some other setups, it looks very...
But I mean, this one is different to what we saw before,
yeah.
because
Okay, this is...
there is just nothing black can do, right?
No, obviously it's fortress, yeah.
I mean, there is no way to make any progress.
Sincerely speaking, yes.
Or maybe bishop c7 and bring the king to c8 and to d7.
No, in this case, knight
pawn, yeah.
b5 would be.
Yeah.
a4 she played.
What?
a4 she played.
Yeah, but she took.
What took?
She took the pawn.
Is it crazy?
No, this I cannot believe. I am in shock. I mean, she must be 100% sure that she knows how to defend this.
This is now it's we are doomed for extra hour almost.
But I'm in shock. Let's go back to this. I'm in such shock. I would never want to defend this endgame in my. I never had it, and why did she take? Okay, now we really count 50. Move 62, because now we will probably see 100 moves.
Rook c4 simply. Rook g3, king c2, a3. Rook a4.
Bishop. Oh.
I have no idea what's happening. Bibisara seems to not confident.
But okay, she must be completely confident, because as soon as the pawn landed on a4, let's catch up with the live position. As soon as the pawn landed on a4, she took it immediately. So, okay, for our viewers, let's talk about this ending.
Yeah,
Rook-
this is already interesting ending. Interesting. A lot of games ended, I would say maybe 30% of the games ended decisively.
Yeah, so let's just tell our
decisively,
viewers.
black won.
Let's tell our viewers, theoretically, this
Theoretically,
is
it's a draw. Theoretically, it's a draw.
But in practice,
In practice, again, I would say maybe around 30% of such positions.
you know my good friend, Grandmaster Keith Arkel,
Who?
Keith Arkel,
Okay.
he has had this endgame over the board, I don't know, 30, 40 times. He won every time with rook and bishop.
Oh, 30, 40 times is impossible. You are
No.
something.
I think not, because he's playing...
How it's possible 30, 40 times have this game in practice?
Because he's played so many games.
You mean blitz?
I will write him a message now.
Blitz, you mean?
Maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit, but he had a huge amount.
30, 40 is, I would say, and he won every game. It seems to me,
He won every game. Maybe it's not 30, 40, but he won every.
every.
Because he has talked, he's written in a book about this endgame at length, and he is probably the biggest
I don't know, very
expert.
strange. Anyway, very strange plays. Bibisara, very big surprise to me. Because it's obviously, it was dead draw. Now it's still draw, but not dead anymore, first of all. Black has chances. I mean, it's really hard to me to comprehend. Maybe she spent like a lot of hours to studying this ending. And she
Must
knows.
be, yeah?
No, it's basically very quite easy to defend if you know how. But still, black usually like 20, 25 moves. And after cut white king not over diagonal, but over a file. Not over first rank, let's say, but over a file or h file. And it's the same geometry, the same board, yeah? But it's, from psychological point of view, it's harder to find defense in this case, psychologically.
But even, I mean,
No,
even
it's really puzzles me.
top GMs, it happens quite regularly that they lose when there is not so much time. I think, okay, Bibisara will try to get her time up. 'cause-
Again, in my opinion, about 30% of games ended with result. I mean, black wins in this position. It's huge percentage. Objectively, it's
Polina
draw.
must be in shock also.
I mean, for sure. Now it's completely justified that she played, and she would play.
For me, it was always justified, just to make that clear.
No, okay, it was clear, evidently, Bibisara started to think way too long in this very simple position. And suddenly, something happened maybe with her, I don't know. Suddenly she got into position with much more practical chances than previous one. I don't know.
This is, for me, the most shocking moment, maybe even of this tournament. I couldn't believe when she took the pawn. But she must have looked at it recently and be 100% certain that she knows.
No, of course she knows, but sometimes even when you know everything, and again, according to geometry, the board is the same, but when you cut king for first line, and after you cut him, I mean your king is cut on A file, let's say, or H file, suddenly it became much more difficult for human to...
So I messaged Keith,
No.
and he said I was exaggerating, but in all official competitions, he had 22 times in classical, 2 times in blitz, and 2 times in rapid. So in total, 26 times, and he won all of them. Yeah, it's true. You don't believe, even from...
I can't believe it.
Because he
He is
plays a
joking.
huge...
Joker. He's
No.
joking.
He's not joking. It's in England, that's very well known. Everyone knows that this is his endgame, let's say. He gets it... what did
Every
he
time
say?
to win. Okay, it's unbelievable.
He said he gets it about once every 2 years. It's a fact.
No, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Kudos to him.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because I think he had it so many times, so he has all this experience to play it, and he studied it so much. So he just knows how to ask the most questions, and I guess most of the time it's against weaker opposition, you know?
No, obviously. But anyway, to win all, it seems to me just unbelievable.
Yeah.
To win
You
all.
can look it up. It's a true story. In English circles, it's very well known. Whenever this ending comes up, immediately everyone talks about Keith Farkel.
Okay. What can I say?
Yeah.
Bravo.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, this is correct defense. Rook c3, rook h3, king. King should stay on d3 and rook on b3. Or when it's your move on c3, c3, b3, c3, b3.
So maybe also for our viewers who are not maybe so familiar with the rules, why did we talk about counting moves until 50? So if for 50 moves there is no capture or no pawn push, then the game is declared a draw. So the last capture was here. Rook takes a4, that was move 62, which means that after black's 112th move, the game will be declared a draw.
As I said, rook b3, rook c3. Oh. Still I cannot believe.
I have to say I'm also in shock.
Basically, white can also go to second rank. Like black play now king c5, for instance. King c5, for instance, obvious move. Now white has no c3, no b3. He should. Well, white can play rook b1, obviously, here. Rook h3, it would be different. Another round.
Again,
But again, geometry, but it seems to defend in such situation on A file or H file is harder than on. It's just because human minds just get used to certain geometrical patterns.
So Polina played rook g4.
King g2, rook g4, okay, good move. King g2. Now she can play what? King c4, but rook f3. Bishop c5. No? Rook somewhere. f7.
And bishop c5 is on the board. King goes back to d3.
Yeah.
And now what? How can we kick the king back?
Hmm?
Is it possible to kick the king back?
Not sure. I'm not sure it's possible. But there are chances, of course.
Okay, if I make a waiting move again, rook h4,
Rook c3.
rook c3.
So last capture on move 62. Now it's move 76. 14 move has
Only
been made.
36 moves to go. But so what will happen if I go rook h4,
Rook c3.
rook c3, and bishop d4?
Rook b3. Here you can play king c5. But in this case, king e2.
But now no.
Now you can play.
Yeah,
no.
but you can
Check
go to
is the
d. Yeah,
same.
that's what I was thinking.
King
also.
c4, I can play rook somewhere. To g3, let's say. Or maybe to a3. I don't know. Maybe any move. No, third rank is better though.
So wait, Polina.
Played rook e4 first. Okay, rook c3. It's killing She's killing moves. I don't know. Rook c3, obviously.
Yeah. And rook d4 check.
King e2. At least now, Bibisara plays without thinking.
Yeah.
Probably.
I think it's very likely that that she looked at this quite recently.
I'm sure that she worked on it, recently, or maybe not recently, and she knows very well. Still, it's strange to me. But okay.
Okay, I mean, if I was 100% confident that I will always hold it, maybe.
But let's her play it with Arkel, yeah? Let's her play with Arkel.
Exactly.
It would be interesting to see, yeah? I would pay money to see this.
Oof, actually, you know what?
Yeah.
Keith has just given me more information. He has one victim who, and it's funny because he is actually in the chat. He's watching the show right now. It's International Master Lawrence Cooper. He actually lost that ending 3 times against Keith. So Lawrence, commiserations. And yeah, I mean, okay, I am sure that if I was defending, I don't know. I mean, I studied it when I was, a teenager, maybe. And then never again, so it's been a long time. But for me, it's hard. Okay, I'm not a very active player. I think a lot of people, and I think that's why Keith has such a big score. I think when you're, a strong player or professional, you should know it. But people who are more amateurs, there is only so much space, in our brains for this chess knowledge, and it happens quite rarely. This one, in practice, so. You got to pick your buttons.
I don't know. It's not yet 3-time repetition because we're maneuvering here already a lot over here. No, black can play, for instance, King c5 at least. Now at least something different. No, white should play. Okay. It's basically not improving chances for black, sincerely speaking.
Okay, but this is on the board, huh?
Now King c5 she played. Yeah, this is more chances. Rook b1, okay. Now she started to think suddenly. Rook b8 is also possible, of course. Rook b1. Almost all moves here.
But today it was funny. Today I was so sure that we will have an early day at some point. Like I think it was 1.5 hour ago when they had this possible knight f8, draw,
yeah,
knight f6. But this is live.
Life is life, as they say.
I hope for Bibisara's sake that she will hold.
No, I'm sure she should. Now she started to think a little bit. After having 7 minutes.
You know what's funny now?
No, she played rook b1.
Now only our chat is seeing knight takes
No,
a4.
didn't play. Yeah.
And they are also, like us, 15 minutes ago, they are in shock.
Rook b1. She plays. Rook h3 check. King e4.
And rook e3. And the rook is going back.
Okay, king e4, rook e3, king f4, rook e8. As I said, you should cut white king over, in this case, over h file, not over the first rank. Now it's harder to make a draw from psychological point of view.
But now we're already, move 86? We're already almost halfway, eh?
Almost.
Actually, we are now. It was 62 we started, yeah? So halfway already. It went quite fast, actually. No?
I even didn't have a time to think about something in philosophical terms. And already half away.
Yes.
No, so now the same situation. Rook h5. What happened here? Rook h5, bishop e5, check, and king f3. The same would be the same situation very soon.
At least now we are sure that we will get one game in the tournament over 100 moves.
Very, very high probability.
No, 100%. I don't.
100?
I think so.
No, okay.
I don't think she will now offer a draw in next 10 moves.
Rook f8, king e3, now rook a8.
Yeah, played.
At least we started to play quickly.
You know what? I'm starting to think that maybe this is even faster than if we played with this a-pawn forever.
Yeah, maybe rook h1.
In fact, Vivisawa was doing us a favor because she is clearly, I think, demonstrating, the good technique. So maybe she saved us. What are we now? Already moved 91 move.
And the last capture was 62. So we need to wait for 113 moves, yeah?
Yeah, 112. After
112. After 112, black move, it's drawn.
Yeah. Only 20 moves to go already.
Sure.
It's nothing at all. Sometimes I think for us, after a long day like this, you even enjoy more because otherwise you come back so early to your room and you think, okay, but now it's like, it's the end of the day, it's more, I earned,
Sure.
I earned my night off.
Sure.
Okay, let's see, what is happening?
Let me drink some water.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're now in the position after rook g4. Okay, well, what will she try? Bishop d4 or something? But the problem is to win this ending, you have to at least kick the king back to the back rank.
Yeah.
And it looks like right now we're
Bishop
not even
g4.
getting close
Bishop
to
d4 is correct. Why she's moving rook around? Killing basically time.
Killing you softly.
Rook h4 and bishop g3. No, okay, rook g4 anyway. What? Not such a move. She will not play rook h3, of course, or even rook b4. And 94 minutes, 94 moves gone already,
To be fair, they played it incredibly fast.
No, yeah.
Because now it's already also approaching, now only 18 moves to go for Polina. If the white king doesn't land on the back rank soon, then she knows there is no hope.
I remember a very important game between Caruana and Swidler on candidates tournament, penultimate round. I was commentating online in Russian.
But in London, or?
No, not last one, where Swidler played last time. Koryakin, where Koryakin won.
What was it?
Dresden or something. I don't remember exactly. Berlin.
It was in Russia, I think, no? It was Moscow.
Yeah, in Moscow, exactly, in Moscow. And I was commentating in Moscow, of course. And very important game. Caruana was chasing Karyakin, half a point behind. He plays against Swidler, the same ending. And Swidler all the time holds a draw. But suddenly, 10 games, 10 moves more or less, or 11 moves till the 50 moves, he allowed him to build a Philidor winning position. But with winning position, you need to know for sure how to win. And it was interesting because it was clear, evident that Caruana feels already that it's close to, it should be winning. But if you don't know and don't remember, it's very hard to find over the board. Because it should be one waiting move. I mean, it's quite interesting win. And Caruana didn't find, he could win.
Wow,
but he didn't. And last round he played with Karyakin, with black, needed to win this game badly, but he lost at the end, and Karyakin qualified.
Yeah, this was a dramatic finish of this candidates tournament.
Yeah.
Here we are getting very close already. What move? 97? 15 moves to go?
So Swidler hold this fortress, but suddenly he made mistake. Suddenly. Already not many moves left. And he could look, in time, it could be that in time Caruana would make winning moves, but not.
And Lawrence Cooper, who was, the 3-time victim of Kiev, he's in the chat and he was saying, and I think it's a good point. Like he mentioned that he lost it 3 times, and he's saying it's hard to defend it after a long game, and also that a lot of people, Kiev knows this endgame by heart. A lot of his opponents will not know it so well, and he's also saying very often one mistake is enough already to just...
No, in certain positions.
Yeah.
Because usually white can even give black to first rank.
Yeah.
But it's still draw, unless...
But then you have to already be more precise.
You should be much more precise. Yeah, exactly.
So we're so far that we already have to scroll 100 moves.
100 moves, wow. 12 moves left only. Unbelievable.
I'm sure that this other endgame with pawn would be longer. Because they played this one incredibly fast. I mean, you said we will be here for... Because now if they just saw now, it means they started 20...
But now we think 15 minutes for next move. And...
Okay, so what, bishop e3 is on the board. And rook now comes from behind, rook b8.
101.
And I think now Polina understands, like within 10 moves, unless somehow Bibisara blunders the rook, it's kind of a...
But Polina, interesting that Polina even couldn't pose any problems.
But I think that's also the reason why Bibisara went for it.
Maybe.
Because we saw that she, she gained, 7 minutes on the clock since entering this ending. So... I was shocked originally, but now I have to say, if she was this confident, maybe it makes more sense to just make this draw than, Polina could hold on to the a-pawn for a long time and it will go and go. Here she can make fast moves.
Rook e8, bishop e5. No, and let's say... Ten moves left.
Yeah.
Impossible to win, obviously, for such time. You can play rook c8. This is a well-known, by the way. And rook c2. Rook h3, rook d2. Bishop f4, rook c2. This is also well-known fortress. it's basically, even in some positions, king goes to d3 with white king on d1, and rook d2, it's saving move, very well known, because bishop take d2, it's checkmate.
No. And I think we are going in that direction, yeah?
No, yeah, white cannot avoid already this, but it's too many moves to Polina. 10
Yeah,
moves left only. Rook c8, king e4, and now or check on c4, or immediately rook c2.
Oh, 9 moves left. We're on move 103. But now, okay, it also makes sense to use some of the time she built up. But here it goes, check.
Check, and now rook c2.
And she will be one move closer, yeah? It's move 105, so only 7 moves to go.
Very well-known case. Then once someone played on high level, queen against queen and knight, and already he was losing. But they checked.
Ah,
And
yes.
50 moves were
Just
made.
in time,
Just
yeah?
in time.
It was,
50 moves.
yeah, famous game.
Lubovich probably was playing with someone. Don't remember exactly. Rook c2, rook h3, and now rook d2. Yeah, she plays rook d2. 6 moves left, or 7.
So we're what? Move 106 already, yeah? Are very, very close now. And Bibi Sarah, she knows. I mean, it was a long defense today, but she knows that the end is near now.
She knows. No, defense. First, she was, in first half of the game, let's say,
Yeah, she was pressing him.
she has the very good position. Rook d2, rook h2 check, king d1. Of course, not king e1 because bishop c3, for sure. So king d1. Rook h1, king e2, the same stuff basically.
King e2 is on the board, rook h3,
And rook c2.
and we go around in circles, yeah? But it's already move 108. So 4 moves to go.
Idea is rook c2, then bishop c3. And now king d1 is draw. This is the idea. King d1, king d3, and rook d2. This is well known.
This is one of
This is well known, yeah.
But maybe we will not even get there. Or
Bishop c3, yes. But now again,
3
rook
moves.
c2. King d3, what else? And rook d2.
Yeah, we will see it. I
That's
think.
very well known.
Yeah.
No, she played rook d8, which is also draw, of course. Bishop d4,
Played.
and now king e1.
Only 2 moves.
Now king
Don't
e1.
get mated. She can give any check and rook. She can already almost do anything.
No,
yeah?
king e1. Or king c1. No, king c1 is losing, probably.
She played king c2. Why not? Huh?
King c2, of course. Because on h3, I thought it's on h2.
And I think, so this rook c. So now it's only one more move for white and for black, and we've made it.
Maybe we will continue to play for some reason, yeah, no.
Okay, so after the next move, after Polina's next move, Bibisawa should be able to claim. Okay, she is claiming. And that will be the end.
But
Maybe.
in this case, I would first suggest to my opponent, draw.
Yeah.
I would ask.
Sometimes in these situations it's a bit awkward. You're
Because
not
now
sure.
we will check maybe from the beginning.
Hopefully. I think arbiter will ask Polina maybe if she agrees.
Yeah, first of all, arbiter should ask.
And what does Polina
But
say?
such a fighter, unbelievable.
Polina doesn't look
Doesn't want.
ready.
Yeah, doesn't want to abandon hopes. Maybe she forgot about this rule, who knows.
But she doesn't want to agree.
She said, let's check from first move, from the beginning.
Okay, now it's a bit, because it's not so hard. Yeah.
First time, the arbiters has some work to do.
Okay, now is the handshake.
First time in this tournament, the arbiters had some work
But
to
they
do.
did it well. They did their job well.
They was up to the task.
To the task.
For sure.
And we have a draw agreed. What an insanely fighting game between Bibisawa Asabayeva and Polina Shuvalova, ending in a draw. So very soon we will show you the results from today's 7th round.
Yeah.
A fighting day as always. 3 draws in the end, 3 decisive results.
But all the fighting games.
All the fighting games, indeed. So we're just waiting. Tomorrow will be round 8. We will be back here, same place, same time. I think we can already let you know that the last round, I think, will start 1 hour earlier than usual.
2 hours.
2 hours?
1 o'clock.
Then I was
1 o'clock
misinformed.
Kazakhstanian time.
Okay, then I was misinformed. So
Kazakhstan.
here we see the results. The 3 draws between Bibisawa, Sabayeva and Shuvalova, between Pitts and Goryachkina, between Zhuzhiner and Vaishali. And Tan Zhongyi won a nice game against Alina Kashlinskaya. And then 2 big black wins for Katia Lagno against Dinara Wagner and for Alexandra Kosteniuk against Shanzaya Abdumalik. And all that remains to show you now are the standings. So we have now 3 players in the lead. That's Goryachkina, Lagno, and Zhuzhiner.
5 out of 7.
5 out of 7, and they have a 1-point gap over places 4 and 5, which is Alexandra Kosteniuk and Alina Kashlinskaya. So that is the end of today.
That's it.
You got our company for a lot longer than I had expected. So I think it's time for us to have dinner.
Time
And-
to us to say goodbye.
Exactly.
And wait you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Have a good one. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Kıyındığa tez tegizbey turu Kömek gerek dese şükrü Adam olgasın şi bugün tulu Şeniz biz yesidin bilesin Herkesin boladı aytar Gelis köktünde bırak aytbay Gözüne şokuk Regno yav senin mol bolsun Doğurdun kare Senin kız senin mol bolsun
Your base for business expansion. The Astana International Financial Center is a unique jurisdiction in Central Asia that offers a familiar ecosystem and preferences for global business. We endeavor to make use of the opportunities presented by our modern era. Eurasia is the beginning phase of long-term economic expansion, which opens up new opportunities for businesses, governments, and individuals on their path to wealth. Capital markets, creating a fully fledged and dynamic financial marketplace in Central Asia. Fintech, fostering innovation of new technologies in the banking, mobile, and personal finance. Green finance, encouraging and supporting sustainable investment opportunities. Islamic finance, reintroducing an alternative to traditional finance according to ethical principles. Common law, adapting the best practices of the world in Nur-Sultan, Kazakhstan. Private banking, offering a reliable ecosystem for the creation of family offices and personalized strategies. Visit our website, register your business, enjoy your privilege.
Біз қор нарығынан бастап қазір әлемдік деңгейдегі инвестициялық компанияға айналдық. Бірақ бұл бізге жеткіліксіз. Бүгін біз онлайн автосақтандыруда көшбасшымыз. Және өмірді сақтандырудың жаңа стандарттарын қойдық. Біз алғашқы болып ТМД-да цифрлық ипотеканы іске қостық. Және смартфонды бөліп төлеу арқылы сатып алудың ең жылдам тәсілін енгіздік. Біз бизнеске арналған онлайн төлемдерді ұсынамыз. Енді жаңарудың уақыты келді. Біз әлі де бұрынғыдай сенімдеміз. Бірақ әлде қайда икемдіміз. Серпінді және инновациялы. Бір бренд, мыңдаған мүмкіндіктер. FIDE-ның ортақ экожүйесіне қош келдіңіздер.
Katerina Nagno, another very nice win in the tournament today against Dinara Wagner. What are your feelings and thoughts after the game?
Well, it was a complicated game, and I chose an opening that I don't play often. So I think I surprised her, and then she was very long on time in such a complicated position. It shouldn't work. So she just started to miss some things.
I did notice that she has played the Catalan opening 3 times in this tournament, so I'm sure that with the rest day you had prepared this very interesting idea of launching the pawns on the king side. Was this part of your pre-game preparation?
Yes, of course. I prepared something, but she plays other openings, so it
was not the only one that I have prepared, just looked something. And it seems to be interesting for black.
Katerina, at what point of the game did you think that more or less your attack would be able to go for the win? Would you finally win the game with your attack? At what point of the game? After e4 or maybe even before?
No, after e4 it was still, for me, it was unclear what's going on. But when I played h4 and she replied bishop e1, yes, I think it's already, I felt that it's already hopeless. I don't know if she could play something better after h4. Maybe I'm already putting pressure and maybe I'm just better, who knows. But after bishop e1, it's just, I'm sure it just lost.
Yeah, the position is very difficult. Also, she's very low on time. The computer was suggesting that already bishop e1 is losing, but her position is very difficult in that position. So you were confident that you could win the game when you played rook d3 and h4 then?
Yes, but you should be precise anyway, because there is always some threats. My king is unsafe. Well, if I miss one check, it could be also could be not good. So I just tried to be, to be focused and till the very end.
So yesterday was the rest day. I'm sure you prepared this game, obviously. Did you do any sightseeing or any other interesting things taking advantage of the rest day?
No, nothing special, just staying at home, just a bit watching some movies and nothing really special because I was a bit tired.
Also to keep concentrating on the event.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you.